7th, 2023. I want to thank you all for being here today. We have a fairly robust schedule this afternoon, so I'd like to get started, and some exciting things we're going to talk about. And I'm very hopeful that the community is going to continue to participate as it has in these discussions. So I'd like to really get started with the thing that's very, very important today, which is the New River Crossing update. I know there are a number of people who are here just for that. So if it's okay with the Commission, I'd like to skip the communications until the end of the agenda, and also to announce that Business 1 is going to be removed from the agenda this afternoon, and we'll present the item on December 5th, 2023. So with that in mind, why don't we jump right on to Business 2? And before we begin, I just want to say a couple things. So there's been a lot of discussion regarding the New River Crossing, and I want the Commission to know that we're going to take a pause here today and have a full-throated discussion regarding this. We've been able to secure multiple consultants' reports, which we're going to hear about today, and we're going to be able to discuss. I'm hopeful that the Commission will take this opportunity to ask questions and to resolve any concerns that they have, and to hopefully we can address them. And I want the Commission to be able to be a full participant in this conversation going forward, and that's the reason why we put it on the agenda today, is so that we can see exactly how, as a Commission, we will move forward on the idea of the New River Crossing. Number two, I want us all just to understand and put this whole project in some sort of perspective. You know, in all the years that I've sat on this Commission, and I can't count those years on two hands because I think it's been more than 10. And I have to tell you, not one meeting, not one homeowners meeting, not one campaign meeting, not one conversation that I've ever had over the years did anyone ever say, Mayor, Commissioner, we need commuter rail in Fort Lauderdale. We've talked about traffic concerns. We've talked about safety concerns. We've talked about all kinds of issues in our community. But somehow the issue of commuter rail has never really been on our radar. So this program that's being talked about today is something that's being imposed basically on us as a regional undertaking, something that the Florida Department of Transportation and other agencies have come together and believe that this is going to be a game changer for South Florida, and it probably will be. But the question has to be asked, how does this help Fort Lauderdale? How does this improve the quality of life of the people that live in Fort Lauderdale? And so whatever goals we have in mind in terms of trying to alleviate traffic on 95, or whatever other goals we're hoping to achieve through a commuter rail system, we have to ask ourselves, how is this going to help the people that live in Fort Lauderdale? When I first heard about this program, and I heard that it was moving forward in a very accelerated way, this is about 4 years ago, it was by chance that I was sitting in a meeting, and it was discussed that there was going to be a bridge built through the city of Fort Lauderdale in order to accommodate the commuter rail system. So it was interesting to hear the discussion, and then when we figured it out, it turns out that there are alternatives. And one of the concerns that I had was the impact that a bridge would have in the city of Fort Lauderdale. So we're going to hear about that today. And we'll each have an opportunity to comment on why it's important to have one type of crossing versus another. And we have been very, very engaged in bringing consultants who have built tunnels, who have consulted on the design of tunnels, and who have costed out tunnels to be able to educate ourselves in this process. I don't like the idea when other agencies try to impose things on our community. You may all recall that time when FDOT wanted to build a pedestrian bridge over the river behind the Riverside Hotel and bring it into the Rio Vista neighborhood. They spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on consultants' reports, feasibility studies in order to move that project forward. And it was only by chance that a reporter of the local newspaper found out about it, printed an article about it, and the entire community was up in arms over the fact that we were never consulted, and that in the end we decided not to do it because it was not going to work for the city of Fort Lauderdale. So I ask us all to keep that in mind, put this whole conversation in perspective, and to understand what is our role as a city in the commuter rail program that is being proposed by the Florida Department of Transportation. So with that having been said, I ask the city manager if we can begin the presentation and begin the conversation.
Sure. Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. We have Ben Rogers, who will speak about the studies and give information about where we're at right now with what's being analyzed, and also we have experts that are also going to relay the path forward. Mr. Ben Rogers.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commission. Ben Rogers, Director of Train Station Mobility. So today we're going to talk about the New River Crossing, as the Mayor led us into. The first thing I want to do is just make sure that the Commission and the public is aware that there was a revised document that was sent out yesterday for the presentation.
Do you all have that revised document, folks? Okay, so it looks like this. You all have that? Great. Okay, thank you.
So that revised document is what we're going to be seeing on the screen here and that the public will see at home. So as we start this process today, we're going to be doing an overview of some of the studies that were done, the hours of work and due diligence from multiple firms on this topic. We're going to talk about some of the findings that came out, and then we're going to see Commission direction and feedback on next steps. I'll be doing the majority of the presentation today. The White House Group and the Broward NPO are both in the audience and available for questions regarding the White House Group's report that the city and the county did a joint effort on. In addition to that, BDO is in the audience. They have an active purchase order on this project, and they'll be speaking after I do about their efforts on their work. So if we start into the timeline, right, and this project goes back decades, but I'm really focused on the last couple of years on what got us to where we're at today. In 2019, through legislative specific appropriation 1939 in July of 2019, the Florida legislation provided $750,000 in a directive to the Department of Transportation to do a feasibility study on the new crossing alternatives of the New River to provide a solution that will meet reasonable needs of navigation, freight trains, and passenger trains in the area. The scope came down to about a 2.5-mile area from Sunrise Boulevard to Southwest 15th Street. And the primary review was dealing with the right-of-way needs, environmental considerations, which include existing conditions, floodplains, cultural, historical elements, the constructability, design constraints, and to ultimately provide cost estimates for these four alternatives. As part of that, the project team identified four alternatives to review. The first one was a low-level bascule bridge that would span 0.38 miles long and have similar characteristics to the Andrews Avenue Bridge. The second option was a mid-level bascule bridge, which would span 1.33 miles and have characteristics similar to the Southeast 17th Street Causeway. The third one was a high-level fixed bridge, which would be about 1.53 miles in length and have characteristics similar to the Miami Metro Mover line in Miami. And then the fourth alternative was a subsurface tunnel that would span 1.34 miles long and take the passenger rail underneath the city. The study findings we'll get into in a little bit, but before we do that, we're going to walk through all of these kind of reports and the timelines. So a year and a half later, FDOT revised or came out with a second report that provided information on a tunnel. And this tunnel was two twin bore tunnels rather than one large tunnel. and they updated all the cost estimates, and they did this to really just provide an opinion of probable cost related to the construction of tunnel alternatives based off historical pricing and typical commuter rail systems. The prices included engineering, tunneling, track, utilities, structures, communications, fare equipment, professional services, and other contingencies to come up with that price, that revised price. So after those two things occurred and came out, and we'll talk about that in the second slide, the city went forward and worked with the Lochner Group, who partnered with London Bridge Associates, to substantiate some of those findings and really just give the city another set of eyes on the project to determine if we had any additional concerns, if there were advancements in tunneling, and to provide supportive services to the city of Fort Lauderdale. That report was done at a cost of $33,000, and it again had Lochner provided as a technical advisor to review the FDOT studies, prepare recommendations for scope of service, for feasibility, for comparative concept designs, to gather field data and discuss tunnel options, and to understand the differences between twin bore, single bore, cut and cover, and two separate tunnel approaches. While that was underway, the city submitted a grant application to the Regional Infrastructure Accelerator Grant. This was back in May of 2023, and what this was is a federal request so that the city could do some additional review of components such as economic development, impacts, the environmental review, equity and public benefits, long-term financing, quality of life impacts, property impacts, railway safety improvements, real estate valuations, and traffic circulation and congestion analysis. So we submitted a grant application in the amount of $2.5 million in May of 2023 for technical assistance to continue our evaluation of the new river crossing options. All of, at the same time, the city and the county were working together. In January of 2023, we came to the commission and got a resolution to move forward to do a co-funded project where we used a Broward MPO library of consultants who identified the White House Group as the lead consultant and went into a study with them to mutually walk hand in hand between the city and the county to determine really 7 deliverables. We asked the White House Group to conduct project overviews and examine existing studies, engage the rail operators, including Brightline and the FEC, to estimate capital costs and construction impacts for the 4 alternatives, to analyze operations and maintenance costs, to identify grant opportunities, to assess the required review levels for environmental and the potential schedules and timelines for such, and to summarize the findings into a final report and presentation. As I said earlier, the White House Group is here today if you have any questions regarding their efforts and their report, but they don't have a formal presentation at this time based off of this presentation that staff is doing. So far we've got the FDOT study and the revised study that kind of set the table. We had an independent review by Lochner that served to provide technical assistance to the city. We submitted a grant application, and along with the county, we onboarded the White House Group to do a kind of a more comprehensive review of the FDOT study. So in the beginning of summer, we also worked with Dr. Michael Mooney, who is a professor at the Colorado School of Mines, who is an academic expert in tunneling across the world. He also has a consulting practice. And so as we sought some academic expertise, we actually onboarded him to do a review of the existing documents as well. That study was done at a cost of $5,000 and included 4 tasks. One was an independent assessment of the existing feasibility study findings. 2, the technical review of the tunnel and single station aspects that were not included in prior studies. 3, a comparison of bridge versus tunnel life cycles and the cost factors. And 4, any miscellaneous aspects regarding to tunnel construction and lessons learned throughout other case studies. So in that report, Mooney delivered his opinion that he believed that the cost estimates that were provided by some of these other reports were somewhat inflated, and that he thinks there's alternate ways that we could address tunneling in Fort Lauderdale. Now we're up to October. Just a month ago, we received word from the federal government that the application that we submitted was funded. It was partially funded in the amount of $974,000. So we'll talk about that a little bit later, but I'm scheduled to go to D.C. at the end of this month to learn more about the program, the timeline, and the deliverables associated with the grant award. And then now we're in current state with BDO. BDO was brought on to provide professional advisory services to the city of Fort Lauderdale and supported the evaluation and planning for the New River Crossing. Really, they have three tasks. One is to find the project. Two, identify federal funding and funding options. And three, develop the action plan for next steps and future roadmap. So with all of those efforts, I'll pause, Mayor, to see if there's any questions about the scope or the effort that's gone on before we talk about the findings and the summaries.
Okay, so I have some questions too and some comments, but let's first hear from the Commission. So Commissioner Herbst, do you have any questions or comments so far?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So I'd like to learn a little bit more about the scope of work for BDO. So if you can kind of expand on that. So I know BDO, I've worked with them in the past as an accounting and auditing firm, so help me understand where they are in this process.
Yeah, so we've onboarded BDO to support us with kind of the next steps. And they're actually going to speak, Commissioner Herbst, after I get done about what they're envisioning, what some of the work products that they're putting together are. But the biggest one, in my opinion, is defining the project, right? There's been a lot of conversations, and as we get to the summary slide on the outcomes, there's been conversations of where does the tunnel stop, where does the tunnel start? How big is the depth of the tunnel? Does it go 5 feet below the river? Does it go 60 feet below the river? A lot of those aspects, they've got a team that has worked on projects very similar to this. And so we're asking them to help us define what we think is in the best interest of the city. So that way, as we look towards the future of if it's grant applications or federal funding opportunities, that we have a defined project that we can put forth and really move forward on that.
But isn't that really an engineering question? Isn't that like a Corradino group sort of a question? I mean, again, I've worked in firms like this, and I know we've retained them to do P3 analysis and so forth. It's just that would not be my first go-to for an engineering question. So help me understand the thought process. Yeah,
so I don't think, I mean, there's technical aspects that are included in this, but I don't see this as a technical delivery. So they're not going to be giving us what type of ground pressures there are. They're not going to be talking about if it should be a certain boring machine versus another boring machine.
But you were just talking about whether it should be 40 feet or 60 feet down. That's an engineering question.
I think
that's a technical question. I mean, that's
if I may. So okay. So there's a couple of things, right? To create a project, besides the scope, we need to be on time and also within the cost. BDO, what they have expertise is in understanding the finances and the costs associated with different magnitudes of scope for this tunnel. And they also have capacity in determining what grants are available. There are a variety of grants that we may qualify for because of our geocentric location of South Florida and our ability to connect communities. So they're more looking at a very high level financial capability level, but not engineering. Engineering design, you are right. That would be someone like Corradino or AECOM that would have experts that would tell you about alignment, pitch, cubic yards of concrete, and strength that this tunnel would need to have. We're very rough order of magnitude level at this moment, and we would need to at least pass this phase of understanding the feasibility in order to continue defining the project.
All right, so then within that, two things. Have I seen, I don't recall, maybe I missed it, it happens, the scope of work for BDO, and when did this come to the Commission for approval?
So Ben has the outline of what the three tasks that they're tasked with, but we're piggybacking off of a West Palm Beach contract.
Okay. If you would send me all that, please, I'd appreciate it.
We will.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Yes, thank you. If we could just go back a little bit, some of the reports you gave us, the dollar amounts for, in regards to the White House report, you said city and county engaged in that report. How much did it cost us, the city, for that report?
That's correct. The total purchase order was $500,000, and it was split 50-50 between the city and the county. So we're on the hook for $250,000.
Okay. And, okay, the Moody report, you gave me that one. I have a question about the BDO report. Finding and identifying monies and grants. We have a division, the division that Daphne Sandville is over. What is that? Would that not fall under a requirement or a job responsibility that would fall under her unit or her department?
Seeking grants?
Yes.
Yes. So what her role is to look for grants, but beyond that, we need assistance with alignment, making sure that we qualify for the grants, grant writing, and also qualifying the project as well. That's beyond what Daphne would be able to assist with.
Okay, so the grant writing and is beyond Daphne's unit scope. They don't do grant writing?
Yeah, correct. In fact, for the RIA grant submission, we had to hire a grant writer to earn that grant. But she was the one that told us, for instance, when it was due and advised us when we needed to apply.
And Vice Mayor, to add
Yes.
to that, this is a large project that's going to have a pretty big price tag, right? So a lot of what we need to do is figure out how we quilt these different grants and funding opportunities together. So it's more than just saying, hey, there's a single grant there. It's aligning all the different grants and different funding pots of money and trying to figure out how we can combine all of those to get a more cumulative output.
And in our timeline with the I believe it's five reports that have been conducted, how much have we spent on those reports total?
So the FDOT study and the FDOT revised was not a city obligation. The Lochner report was $33,000.
Right.
The White House report was, again, $500,000 with $250,000 from the city. And the Mooney report was $5,000. The current purchase order with BDO is $75,000. However, it's based on hours and it's still active.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions I have right now.
Okay, thank you, Vice Mayor. Commissioner Glassman?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And I appreciate all the work that has gone into this, and I'll have more comments later, but just on what we've heard so far, I'm concerned only because when you read through all of these reports, Ben, there's just a lot of opinion. I mean, not everyone is in sync. We have so much work to do still, I believe, and for me, this project is such a generational project. I'm not going to get hung up on spending $30,000 here for a report and this and that and whatever, because this is really a key decision that's going to be made. I don't think we're anywhere near it yet, and I'll get into this discussion later because of our partners on this and dealing with the county and what we're going to be able to accomplish with the state and the federal government. But I do want to mention, when I look at the Mooney report, and I'm looking at the letter from September 15th, 2023. There are other options here that I don't think that we have looked at enough. So I want to make sure that we're looking at, whether we're going to go with a larger single bore tunnel to house two rail lines or two borings, one boring. I'm going to get into a little bit when we talk about the tunnel summary. We haven't really looked at that, but even those construction costs are a little bit misleading. And I see you've updated some of the costs, but it doesn't really get into the fact that many of these are different lengths. I mean, there's some really significant differences that go along with those tunnel construction costs in terms of how long we're looking at in terms of the length of the tunnel and what that's going to encompass. But I just want to make sure that we are, going to eventually somehow bring this all together so that it makes sense. Because right now, I just think that it's really, it's all over the place. When I go through these reports, again, I'm seeing this person has this opinion, this person has that opinion, this person says, look at this person says, look at that. And then especially in the Mooney, it says that the use of the larger bore as a significant component of the Fort Lauderdale station has not been considered in any of the reports. So that, things like that, I think we have to flesh out a little bit more. There's a lot of discussion about the costs on all of this, and some believing that it's way too high, that these estimates are not realistic, that we should be looking at other projects such as in Barcelona and Toronto to make sure that we're really figuring out what we're doing. But I do appreciate that we're getting all of these voices, all of these opinions. How come we have not asked Markham? I'm just kidding, a little joke. I'm sorry. Because we have BDO, we have a lot of people here, so that was just a little levity. Sorry, but I'm good, and I'll have some more comments later. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Sturman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Ben and Greg. I want to go through the timeline and the cost, and I do have one question that does concern me. So let's just go through real quick. You've gone through the FDOT study number 1, 2020. I know that we didn't pay, but you know what the cost was. And taxpayers did pay, but you know what the cost that was put into that.
Yeah, the state appropriation was $750,000.
So, okay, that's for that's 2020, January 2020, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
I don't know, Commissioner, if that was actually expended all the way or if they needed additional funds. I just know that was the initial appropriation.
Okay, fair enough. Number 2, FDOT number 2, that was in December 2021. HDR, that's the HDR study?
Correct.
What's the dollar amount on that?
That I will have to go back and do that homework and get back to you.
Okay. Next comes up the Lochner report. That was March 2023. That's $33K. That's the city came up with that, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Next, in between there, RIA, that was a grant submission in March 2023. That ended up later on. It's on the top. I guess on the bottom is the submission. On the top is when the award was.
Correct.
So we went for 2.5 and we got 974. Then we go to the White House report. That's August of 23 this year that came out, and that's the one that earlier this year we split with the county, $500K, $250 each for us and $250 for the county. Correct.
Correct.
Okay. Now we're getting a lot of data. We know what to expect, and the 5 of us up here, as these things come in, we prepare ourselves and we try to correlate things, and all of a sudden we now have Mooney on here, and I mean that was when did we authorize the Mooney report? I'm trying to remember. I don't remember. Could you refresh my memory?
Yeah, I believe we engaged with Mooney in May of 2023, and that's one thing I did not note earlier, that these are the report dates, the finalization dates. It looks like, especially with the White House report, the Lochner and Mooney being so close together. But I want to say we started the White House report working with the county in August of 2022 or September of 2022 on the procurement and designing the scope. So there's a lot of overlap in timelines, but I believe Mooney was issued a purchase order in May of 2023.
Okay. Indulge me a little bit. Tell me about the Mooney report. When, who asked for it? What are we looking for? I know you touched upon it briefly, but I just to review it one more time.
Yeah, so I met with Dr. Mooney, I want to say in early 2023. He was in the area for a conference or for some travel and knew that we had some tunnel conversations going on. So I met with him just to learn a little bit more about the tunneling industry, and that conversation then led to some of the relationships of onboarding him and asking him to serve as kind of a owner's representative or provide a peer review of the documents that are out there. So he was issued a purchase order for $5,000. That was based off an hourly rate. He, over the summer months, reviewed the documents as they came in. I believe he had a copy of the White House report draft version, and then after he got all that information, he put together his summer report and provided it to the city in September.
Because I wasn't looking for this report. Were we apprised that, I see it on there. We spoke last about this August. What was the last August meeting that we had? Well, maybe it was October. But this Moody, did this come before the commission? Were we told about this?
No, it didn't. This was a report that was within the threshold of administration, and the reason why we employed Mr. Mooney or Dr. Mooney, because he's an intellectual expert in tunnels, and we were discussing with him, or he discussed with us. He approached us about certain innovations in tunnel technology that afford us the opportunity to perhaps make this more feasible. And so the purpose of hiring Mr. Mooney was just to have another level of reference in order to present as much information as possible to the commission so that you all can make a decision. So because it was within the threshold, it was $5,000, this did not come to the city commission.
Okay, so it was reports. September is when we authorized it. How long have you been speaking to Mooney?
We've been speaking to Mooney since what, March, maybe?
I think February, March is when he was down here for another reason, and we met with him, and then I believe the purchase order was in May of 2023.
Okay, hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 reports we were expecting. A sixth one came out, Mooney. I mean, I personally think that maybe we should have been apprised. I mean, we're expecting 5, now we have a 6th. This probably should have been something that we as a commission should have.
So where do you see 6? Am I missing?
No. F. Lochner, the RA grant submission, White House. Now we have Mooney, and that's probably something we should have known to expect. And we're going to make a decision all of a sudden here, oh, there's another one coming through the pipe.
Well, actually, we did share those reports via email to you all on September. Those were shared as soon as they were completed. We shared those with the commission.
Mooney,
yes.
but the fact that you were going to engage Mooney, we found out after the fact.
Right.
And that I would have liked to have known beforehand, so we could have given you direction.
Well, we typically engage experts all the time. I mean, there was something that he mentioned, which was how technology has improved. And we thought that because the White House report did not have an engineering perspective, we thought that Dr. Mooney can help us understand better what is the potential for that. So we wanted to provide the commission a comprehensive overview of the studies that are available today.
I'm not questioning that. I'm questioning maybe we discussed this the meeting beforehand, and you probably should have let us know. Oh, by the way, we are going to be engaging Mooney tomorrow, because the next day after the meeting, I think the letter came through. So that's something I think we should have known about. I mean, okay. I'm not questioning whether it's valuable or not. I just question.
Okay.
Okay, I think that's all I have.
I actually found it very valuable, though. I did find.
Oh no!
I found it very valuable and well worth the $5,000 that we seem to be nervous about right now. But I think that it's very valuable. It really, because it looked at all of the other reports, it put a lot of information into perspective, and really did a lot of comparison and gave a lot of good opinions that we didn't actually see in the other reports. I don't think it's realistic to expect that staff's going to come to us with every single little thing of $5,000, because I think that we have to trust staff to do their due diligence and make sure that we have all the information that we need to make a decision at some point in time. We cannot micromanage staff on every single project that they go out to look for, or every single expert that they engage, or especially at that low threshold of a dollar amount.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, now I might have further things, but for the moment, that's it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you. All right, let me just say a few things to bring a broader context to this conversation. So, as I indicated earlier, this conversation with regard to this new train service began a few years ago, and it was at that time that I became more fully engaged with the conversation, originally with Chris Lagerblum and now with Greg Chevarria. We have met on regular basis with FDOT, with county folks, with U.S. Department of Transportation folks to try to understand how the process works and to also understand what the funding availabilities were, the different programs that the federal government did propose. As we look at these various reports, I caution myself in trying to understand, the qualifications of each of these consultants in determining whether or not, did any of these people ever build a tunnel before? Did anyone ever consult on building a tunnel before? And I think what you're going to find is you're going to find that each of these folks, Corradino, HDR, Lochner, Whitehouse, and Mooney, all have different strengths and weaknesses when it comes to that subject matter area. For example, when Corradino came out with this report originally, and its estimate was as much as $3.8 billion, I attended the public outreach that FDOT had initiated, and questioning the first of all Corradino's ability to be able to even give an opinion on tunneling, since I don't believe they have a background in it. And so what you see is a few months later, all of a sudden, FDOT's analysis brought the tunnel down significantly in its cost, over $1 billion. In fact, it's these numbers here reflect a complete reanalysis of the approach of tunneling, and it was only because we questioned the authenticity and the validity of some of the assumptions that Corradino was making that they were able to bring the numbers down to even this level. The other consultants were engaged by various parties. I questioned the White House group being engaged to participate in this discussion, since it does not have a background in tunneling expertise. As Ben Rogers has indicated, they were a library consulting firm. What does library mean? That means they were the only ones, they were the ones that are on staff that the MPO uses for various traffic studies that it does. The White House group, by its own admission, indicated to me that they've never built a tunnel, and they never were consultants, design consultants on tunneling. Yet, for some reason, they still produced a report. And as we've now found out, most of their report was based on FDOT's metrics, which have still not been confirmed. And yet they came up with a report. And then on top of that, they added a 40% contingency fee on top of FDOT's very conservative analysis. When questioned where they came up with that number, they were not able to really respond in a way that I thought was sufficient or credible. So we have, as Commissioner Glassman and others on the commission have indicated, that we have different numbers here based on different analyses. In other words, one says 3 mile long tunnel, another one says 2 mile long tunnel, another one says 1.5 mile tunnel. So obviously we're going to have different prices. We're not really comparing apples and apples here, and that is confusing. And so when we start to really get down into the granular analysis of tunneling, should that ever happen in the city of Fort Lauderdale, we have to all be in agreement as to what the length of that tunnel would be. Originally, when we proposed the tunnel, we had hoped that the tunnel would be, the entry point would be north of Sunrise Boulevard and south of Davie Boulevard. Why were those points chosen? Because, as we know, the train tracks have a way of obstructing the vehicular traffic on Sunrise Boulevard, Broward Boulevard, Sistrunk Boulevard, and Davie Boulevard. And if you're going to add 50, and now I hear as much as 80 trains a day for this commuter rail service, that's going to be a total frustration on the part of this community to have to suffer the burden of those guardrails coming down continuously and interfering with our regular vehicular traffic flow. It also, we also have to question the type of technology that's going to be used. When we start talking about single bore, double bore, my reading of these analyses tell me that the cost between a single tunnel versus a double tunnel is significant. And a single tunnel would more than adequately handle the kind of traffic we're talking about for this localized train program. So that too has to be final determination so that we can again compare apples with apples when we start to compare our cost analyses. Let me just say that what was not being discussed here today is the cost of a bridge. For some reason, everyone is believing the facts that are being presented to the county commission and to FDOT and to this commission as to what the cost of a bridge is going to be. But let me tell you, folks, that is not the entire picture. And let me tell you why. The reason is because if we look at a bridge, and they're talking about a 50 or 55-foot bridge, that would extend approximately 1.5 miles to 1.75 miles through the middle of our city. They're not talking about the other features that are going to be designed in order to assist in allowing this bridge to be built in our city and have the least amount of impact on the community vehicular traffic. They're talking about also doing underpasses. What is an underpass? So instead of Broward Boulevard having the impact of a train as well as Sunrise and Sistrunk, they would build underpasses under the freight line and under the passenger line in order to accommodate the city of Fort Lauderdale and not have to deal with the amount of train traffic that would pass over those streets. No one is talking about the cost of those underpasses. No one is talking about the community outreach, whether or not the community is even interested in that. And no one is talking about the economic impact that that's going to have on this community during construction and what they will look like after construction. That's not been factored into the bridge conversation. Furthermore, in a moment of comedy, C-O-M-I-T-Y, I met with the mayor of Broward County, and I met with the county administrator. I met with the executive director of the MPO. The city manager was with me, and several other people who were part of the Broward workshop. We sat and we thought, well, maybe there's a compromise to all of this. Maybe we can build just a 25-foot bridge. Why would a 25-foot bridge work? Because it would be a low bridge, and it would allow the tracks to land right before the Brightline station, so you would not have to rebuild the Brightline station. If you build a bridge, you're going to have to completely rebuild the Brightline station. And that would be coupled with the underpasses that I just described. And that would also eliminate a bridge running through the entire middle of our city, through Flagler Village, through the historic district, through all those neighborhoods that would suffer as a result of a bridge being built. So the folks at Regal Trace will not have to look at the underside of a bridge if a bridge were to be built. So a 25-foot bridge over the river would accommodate the needs of both the county and the city. Well, guess what? No one talked to the marine industry. So 2 hours after we met with each other, I had a meeting with the marine industry, and the marine industry said that 25-foot bridge is dead on arrival. They would not accept it. They said the bridge would have to be opened up and shut too many times during the course of the day. In fact, it would sit flat most of the day across the river, and it would completely frustrate the marine industry that's upriver in our community. So under no circumstances would they accept a 25-foot bridge. So now we're back to square one. We're at the higher level bridge size, which in turn is going to provide an unbelievable impact to our downtown, to our developing downtown. So we had further discussions with the U.S. Department of Transportation. And as many of you know, that bipartisan infrastructure bill talked a lot about connecting communities. And it was recommended to us by that department to apply for the grant, which the city manager spoke of earlier and which Ben Rogers spoke of earlier. We applied for the grant. What's the purpose of the grant? The grant is intended for us to be able to comprise data, to be able to satisfy the requirements of the infrastructure task bill, infrastructure transportation bill, that would allow us to qualify for the funds necessary in order to build the tunnel. It will allow us to discuss and describe all the impacts, the connecting communities, all the things that Mr. Rogers spoke about earlier, the whole list of things that the infrastructure transportation bill is looking to try to achieve as it funds projects. So we were awarded $1 million, which is significant. Even MPO thought that was well beyond what they ever thought we would ever be able to get. And I'll tell you why we got it. I was at a meeting earlier this year, the U.S. Conference of Mayors, and I sat with the gentleman who awards these grants. He said, you know, there are over 100 cities that have applied for these grants, and there are about $6 billion worth of requests that are being made through this grant program. And so I can only give money to a certain number of cities. And I sat with him and I said, well, please give us this grant. And he said, well, if I do give you this grant, I just want you to know it's only because we'll have faith in your project. And if we don't give you the grant, then I just want you to know we don't have faith in your project. And guess what? We got the grant, which signaled to us that they have faith in our project. Why? Because they understand that Fort Lauderdale has been divided by a railroad track for too many generations, that communities have been divided, that red lines have been used to divide communities using the railroad tracks between communities. They understand that the historic district in Fort Lauderdale would be inundated and destroyed if we have a bridge. They understand how safety would be improved at the crossings. You all know that 38% of all accidents that occur with trains in this country occur in Broward County. 38% of all accidents that occur with trains occur in Broward County throughout the entire country. So they're looking for safety. They're looking for opportunities to try to reduce the amount of impact that we see between cars, people, and trains. And a tunnel would certainly bring a lot of that risk and exposure down in our communities. I also want to point out that a couple weeks ago I attended a conference in Orlando. So I decided to take the train, see what the Bright Line is like. Do you know that that horn blows continuously once you get north of West Palm Beach all the way up to Orlando? They're contemplating bringing that horn back to Fort Lauderdale because of all the accidents we have. Can you imagine if that ever happened? Well, guess what? It wouldn't happen with a tunnel. So there are so many things that we have to consider that are intangible, that we can look at price tags and we can say it's $1 billion or $1.5 billion or $2 billion, but what cost quality of life? What costs connecting communities? When are we going to finally say that we are a city of the 21st century? And if we go forward and accept commuter rail in South Florida, we have to say, what is in it for Fort Lauderdale? Why are we going to accept this coming through our city if it's going to impose this burden on us? How do we minimize that burden? How do we help people here? How do we connect communities? How do we create more open space? How do we rebuild a downtown that we can improve upon from when it was first designed 100 years ago? So those are the factors I asked the Commission to consider, and I now encourage Mr. Rogers to go forward.
All right, thank you, Mayor. So on this slide, it has a summary of all of the outcomes, all the deliverables of the reports. And as Commissioner Glassman pointed out earlier, it's not apples to apples. There are a lot of different analysis. One of the things that we were looking at as we went through these processes are there different methodologies, are there different approaches to a tunnel. And so when you look at this, although it's in one table, just understand that there's a lot of different components and makeup of all these different reports that lead to these numbers to be in the way they are. So the first one and the second one, the FDOT reports, I mean, the outcome was that the feasibility study determined that all four alternatives were feasible and should be evaluated in a future phase. It didn't identify any fatal flaws, and that it did note that Fort Lauderdale traffic will be impacted by various bridge crossings, i.e. there would be some road closures depending on what crossing was selected. Some of the lower bridges would block off some roadways for the approach going into the bridge and coming out of the bridge. The financial side of things, the small bridge was evaluated at $134 million, the medium bridge at $443 million, the large bridge at $478 million, and the tunnel at $3.3 billion. And the second FDOT report.
Ben, can I ask you a question? Not to interrupt you. Those bridge prices, does that include the cost for taking of property along the path that's going to be needed in order to build this bridge?
No, the report identified land that might need to be taken, but I don't believe it included any valuation.
Okay, thank you.
The second report, the revised one, came back with a cost of $1.82 billion, and that had a range factor applied to it of minus 10% to plus 35% to get you to the 164 and the 246. Again, the two FDOT reports are two different tunnel types. One was a single bore, one was a twin bore with different lengths. The Lochner report, you can see, has been updated since it was originally published. There was an issue and oversight on my behalf, so I apologize for that. But what the Lochner report did is it talked about the $1.82 billion that was in the FDOT second report, or the HDR report, and it said that due to inflationary pressures of about 10%, that $1.8 million number or billion dollar number should be inflated to $2 billion, right? So it correlates the 1.82 with a $2 billion figure. What staff did for this presentation is we applied that same minus 10% and plus 35% to the $2 billion number to come up with 1.8 to 2.7 billion. However, later on in the Lochner report, they talk about alternative tunnel methodologies, and they have a bullet point, I believe in section 5.3, that clearly states that a different alternative could have a cost as low as 1.7 billion. So that's the justification for the changes in the Lochner report to show a 1.7 to 2.7 billion dollar range. The only other change that I want to point out on here is the White House Group. On the operating and maintenance cost, the report actually shows two operating and maintenance figures that equal $25.2 million annually. However, over the last week or two, we've been working with the engineering firm associated with that study, and based off of trying to get it more apples to apples with the previous studies, that number is represented in this presentation as $17.5 million. To your point, Mayor, their report has a high contingency. All of these reports have high contingencies because all of them note that more geotechnical work, more technical aspects of the project need to be evaluated and determined before that contingency number can come down.
Are those contingencies already in the numbers that you have presented here in your exhibit?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Ben, can I just back up? So did you just say that the second FDOT report actually includes an analysis of both single tunnel and dual tubes?
The first one is single. The second study was just the twin.
Okay, so between the two studies, though, we have evaluated both options.
Correct.
Right, because that's what Mooney kind of gets to, is that the single tunnel could be a cheaper option. So FDOT's first report did actually analyze the single tunnel. Is that
I think the difference of Mooney's approach is that in the FDOT study, the station, right? The station, I believe, is a cut and cover.
It's a cut and cover versus a bore down to the station, right?
Correct. So
with less impact on utility lines and other things of that nature.
Right. I think the construction cost associated with the station is a significant player. He also identified the timeline, and that a single bore versus twin bores would be probably more timely based on our environment.
Okay, but that was analyzed in the first FDOT report.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
And then Mooney, as we talked about already, doesn't provide any financial figures, but just observations in his review of the documents that were produced.
Ben, Mr. Mayor, could I ask a quick question?
Okay.
No, just as what John just mentioned something. You mentioned that the first FDOT was a single bore and the second FDOT was looking at single and double bore.
The second one is just a double bore. A twin
Second
bore.
one's a double bore. But I thought that the single bore was less money. If you look at here, the single bore, the first study with the twin is more money than the second one.
Correct. And I think to Commissioner Glassman's point earlier is that it's not apples to apples across the board. That first FDOT1 has a different construction approach for the station and some other components, where Mooney, based off of his experience with some of the active projects that are going on, believes that a single large bore could also facilitate a platform that would connect to the station at a very minimal cost compared to cut and cover.
A lot of moving parts.
I have a question as well.
Yes, ma'am.
Mayor, you gave you made a statement about the railway separating and being a divide between the historical part of the city. And my question with these studies, is there anything outlining that tunnel versus railway will improve the economic divide that is between the east and the west? Is there anything that's going to indicate one versus the other is going to make an impact, moving those red lines, removing the lack of development in the historic district?
So to your point, that's the whole purpose of that grant. The grant is for us to be able to evaluate that and to come up with a conclusion as to how that would be, how the tunnel versus the bridge would impact economic development. So yes, we are. There's none of these talk to that, but that's what the grant will provide us, that information. So when we do have that information, we'll definitely present it to the commission.
Okay, because I know that the rail at this point, 2023, is not the divide. It's the economic development, the economic lack of funds that are going into the district. It's not the railway versus the tunnel. And I just want that known. I don't want it to just seem that this tunnel or this bridge is going to be rescue for the
No.
historic
I don't think anyone's going to suggest that.
If I may,
how it's coming over.
If I may, Vice Mayor, that's one of the criteria for earning this the RIA grant was that they saw an opportunity to improve business access and connections of community and improvements of economic development, and they're giving us this money, close to $1 million, so that we could study that further.
Thank you for answering the question.
I just want to build on that. So it's kind of interesting, right? So before I moved down here, I lived in Jacksonville. We've got 7 bridges that go across the St. Johns River. They don't seem to impact economic activity. In fact, they run through some of the most expensive parts of town. So help me understand how that works, how that sort of informs this. You're running right through Riverside, which, again, most expensive part of town. Run through South Bank, where development has exploded next to every bridge we have down there. So how do you quantify that?
I think that's a great question. I do not have the personal answer for you.
And by the way, these bridges run from 75 feet up to 241 feet. I mean, not exactly a 20-foot bridge. So, I mean, you're talking Fuller Warren Bridge, Buckman Bridge, the Hart Bridge, Danes Point Bridge. Every one of these are massive bridges, and they don't seem to impact the economic viability of Jacksonville. So I want to make sure I understand how a bridge through downtown Fort Lauderdale is somehow going to have this disparate impact on our ability to advance economically. So
Commissioner, we will get to that point, and I think that's also part of the grant. But I do want to point out to you, and I was going to bring it up at the end of the discussion, how cities are eliminating above-ground transportation systems. Houston, Austin, Louisville, Milwaukee, Seattle, Madrid.
Well, I think they're taking down expressways, which are different.
They're taking down transportation systems that are elevated, and that will be the part of the discussion that we'll have as to whether or not, so whether it's a vehicle or whether it's rail, the issue is, does an elevated transportation system through an urban environment have an impact on the development and the quality of life of that urban experience. And that's something we can, I don't think Mr. Rogers is in a position to respond to that, but I think that's what the grant is about, to be able to evaluate that and determine whether or not there is any merit to that claim.
Well, I think part of my concerns, Mayor, so you made some interesting points before, if I can kind of touch on those, right? So you're talking about the underpasses on areas like Broward Boulevard or Sunrise or so forth. Nothing's talking about what's going to happen on Oakland Park Boulevard and Commercial Boulevard and Cypress Creek Boulevard, which, guess what? I've got the same problems with the Freight Line and Bright Line and Tri-Rail and the new commuter rail line. So are you fixing those problems for me up there when you do this downtown?
Well, we can extend the tunnel up there too if you want.
No, this is a real question.
They're
Mayor,
very real questions.
Because the Freight Line's not going away no matter what we do. Right?
Well,
we're not putting the Freight Line through the tunnel because, as I understand, there's a hazmat issue. So we're not putting the Freight Line through the tunnel. So we're going to maintain the at-grade freight railroad crossings. We're not getting rid of the Bascule Bridge for that one. So help me understand how this impacts, because it's not impacting the rest of the city. It's not impacting the south side of the city. It's not impacting the north end of the city. It only impacts the immediate downtown area.
So it's a very good question, but I don't think we're at that point in the discussion, but we do need to address that. But okay. I just want Mr. Rogers to be able to complete his presentation, and we can get to that.
Could I answer that?
But it just, because you made a point about the guardrails coming down, I'm thinking, no, guardrails are still up throughout the rest of my district.
No, Mr. Mayor, and I'm going to ask this to Ben. I believe the plan is not just those intersections. I think there's going to be a series of underpasses, some of which in Commissioner Herbst's district. Am I not mistaken?
Again, that's really beyond what Mr. Rogers needs to talk about today. Let's let him get through his presentation, and I think we can definitely address your question. It's just not let him finish his presentation.
Thank you, Mayor. So, Vice Mayor, if I understand your questions, I mean, one of the reasons that we got this grant, and on this screen you can see it has really 6 deliverables or additional areas of research that we're going to do. We're going to try to define the economic development impacts, the property impacts, traffic congestion, equity, environmental reviews. So those are our 6 pillars for this grant that we're going to go out and look at. And to the Mayor's point, these items weren't necessarily front and center as part of the technical reviews that have already been done. So this is going to be our standalone review for these elements. BDO, who can speak when we're done with this presentation, has some experience in like projects, and I'm sure they can provide some of their experiences with these aspects. So we kind of touched on the grant. It's got those 6 pillars. As I mentioned earlier, I'll be traveling to D.C. later this month, right after the Thanksgiving holiday, to attend kind of the cohort session, learn some of the program rules, regulations, deliverables, understand our cohort cities who also were awarded in their projects to try to figure out synergies and ways to accomplish common challenges. As I mentioned before, we did onboard BDO with a purchase order. They're helping support the project definition, identifying funding, and an action plan. They are here today and will speak next. We also need to start thinking about other aspects. If we're going to get serious about a tunnel, do we need to onboard an owner's representative? So that way, whenever we have complex, dynamic situations, that we have an industry expert on our team that is able to help coach, guide us, and tells us the pros and cons of each alternative and each option. And then also look at, with the horizon of funding grants, we noted the mega grant application here is just one of multiple grant applications that are funded to the billions of dollars. Do we need to onboard a more consistent grant writer who will work through this project throughout as we go to seek federal funding? So, Mayor, that concludes my presentation. As I said, BDO is here to speak on their work effort, if you'd like to hear that.
Yes.
Okay,
please.
Perfect. Well, I'll call them up and let them talk with you about their vision, next steps, and then take any questions the Commission may have.
Okay, very good. I think Commissioner Hurst would have some questions for them.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Commission members. As an introduction, my name is Omar Yaqub. I am a Managing Director and Practice Leader for Infrastructure Advisory at BDO. I'm based in New York. Almost 20 years of experience in infrastructure advisory. I've worked on more than 50 large infrastructure projects valued cumulatively above $25 billion. I have worked as a developer. I worked as a lender. I have worked as a consultant for Department of Transportation on multiple different projects. Some of them are California High-Speed Railroad and Gilcrease Expressway. And I've advised various different cities, counties, state agencies on various infrastructure projects. Our role is primarily to help cities and our clients on developing projects from broad concept to helping them achieve financial close and onwards to the implementation. These projects mostly are very large, complex in nature, and they have different facets to it. And one of the facets that we at this stage, at this juncture that we discovered is there is no project definition in terms of where does the project starts from, where does the project ends, what should be the sizing of the project, which basically gives us a reasonable estimate for a project cost so that we can actually look at how much money is needed to develop the project in the first place. But before going into details as to what we will be doing and how we will be helping, what is our objective for this small engagement, I want to take a few minutes of your time to give you an overview of what is the requirements for New River Crossing actually. So what effectively is New River Crossing? It currently manages freight rail operations. Bright Line has just begun as well. I believe they're doing around 30 odd crossings. And then in future, commuter rail, which is especially the BCR South Corridor, will begin as well. Add-ons to this infrastructure would be the light rail, the bus transit system as well. And effectively, this will become a very complex system, which will have more than 200 passes in a day over New River. Now, when we look at over 200 passes a day, you're already talking about one train pass every 13 to 14 minutes. So it has an impact on the city, and who has the most impact? Well, obviously, it's to begin with, it's a river crossing, marine industry by and large, an obvious answer. And somewhere I read it's just a small $88 billion in economic activity that is generated by the marine industry for the entire county. So do we want that growing and stable industry which provides so many job opportunities? Is that the only one industry which is impacted? But not exactly. That's not the case. It effectively impacts the residents of the city and the county. It also impacts the businesses, small, large, even an Uber driver actually. And then the real estate development. Just last year, there were sales around $2.2 to $2.5 billion in the city of Fort Lauderdale. That's a huge number. And that's only because it has become a hotspot for for real estate developers and people moving into the city. And then obviously the tourists and other cities. And it just doesn't stop here. It also impacts other cities as well. It's cities, the neighboring cities, Oakland Park, Hollywood, Dania Beach as well. So when we look at the impact of the project as to what we decide as an option for New River Crossing, it will be enormous, and it will actually change the face of the city. So Fort Lauderdale is, in my opinion, and I've been coming here for quite some years, it's a beautiful city with a pristine marina, public facilities, historic district, and beautiful beaches. The city is growing, constantly new jobs are created, and real estate and people remains a strongly interest for people to come in and move into the city. Especially also because Miami-Dade County is becoming more expensive. And the commuter rail will provide that opportunity for people to move into more affordable, reasonable spaces. And city provides that with good quality of life. So this project will not only cater to the growing metropolitan city, but it will also change the face of the city. But it all is dependent on what decisions you and us all take today. Our role is very small here, but it's an effort from us and the city administration in terms of to help and support you in making those decisions. Before I begin, we've gone through actually various reports. We've read all the reports that Mr. Ben Rogers have discussed and shared with you. Interestingly, each one has a different perspective. I'm not saying that they're presenting a wrong perspective. All I'm saying is they're providing a different perspective. Their objective has been very different as well. Their objective has been primarily to do comparative analysis. Probably the scope, timing of that scope was very different. The objective was different. The result desired was different. And hence, they do not cater to the need of whether a tunnel, if we say so, was appropriately looked at. The variation that we see in these rates means one would say half the cost, the other one would say, okay, double or triple the cost. So, and I think one of the key reasons that we found why we see all of that is because there is no project definition. Where does the entry portal for a tunnel? Where is the exit portal of the tunnel? What is that property? What is the value of that property? What is the grade that is required by Brightline, which is going to be using it? Do we have any idea of the commuter rail? What sort of train station do we need? So interestingly, when we spoke with Brightline, do we know or ever thought about in any of these reports that Brightline requires a separate train station than the commuter rail? I don't think so. None of the reports mention that. But Brightline says they require a separate train station for their Brightline operations. And a commuter rail will have to be a separate one, effectively increasing the cost. But how much increasing the cost is a different story. But does it increase the cost? Yes. Does it design layout needs to be different? Yes, it does. So we do not have a defined project. What is the grade required? What is the depth, acceptable depth to Brightline, which is running the operations? And those smaller items, basically, we found to be missing. I wouldn't say lacking, I would say they were missing. And that's our objective here, to identify and define the project as to what would be the depth, broadly, and what would be basically the definition of the project.
So if I can jump in there, if I may. So how are you going to do that? So I've got several different reports, and to your point, they each vary slightly. How are you going to come in and make a determination as to which one of these plans is the right one to build, and then be able to cost it out? Because until you settle on one plan or the other, obviously you can't cost it out for all the various reasons you point out.
Yeah.
So how are you going to do that?
Yeah. So what we are doing is, I think the first thing is, who is the user of that tunnel, primarily? We don't know when the commuter rail will begin, so Brightline is obviously the user of the tunnel. And we are actually discussing with them in terms of what their requirements are. And then we are coordinating extensively with the city as to what works for the city. Like, as the mayor mentioned, that it should be start from the north of Sunrise, the portal should begin, and it should be south of Davies as well. So trying to identify what potential location can be and what would be the value of that location. In terms of the depth, obviously, and in addition to this, we have also brought in as a specialist who has a globally leading experience of more than 40 years in the industry, Mr. Nasri Munfa, who is working with us in terms of refining any of those challenges that you are mentioning. So you're right, we are an advisory firm. We are not a technical engineering firm, and that's not our objective is. But I think we are more in terms of broadly helping out and working and coordinating with all those things, but also getting on board the right relevant resource who can actually help us. I'll give a chance to Nasri right after I finish, and I think hopefully he would be able to help you and guide. Yeah.
But if you're so you're talking to Brightline, I get that,
Yes.
because Brightline at the end of the day owns the right-of-way, right? As we all know, railroads are essentially
Actually, they don't own the right of way.
They don't own
They
the-
lease the right of way.
the rail line. They have super rights though, right? In most places, railroads can pretty much do whatever they want to do. Generally understood, right? Because Henry Flagler was here before the rest of the state was developed. He came first. So everything comes subsequent to Henry Flagler running from Jacksonville down to Miami. So generally they can do whatever they want within their right of way, is my understanding. That's why whenever we want to do anything, we have to go and ask Brightline for permission, or FEC for permission to do anything around those railroad crossings. So, and this is going to be an FDOT project, basically, isn't it? To a great extent? Right, because we're doing this with state funding, so FDOT is going to have a significant role in this. So I'm not sure I understand how this is going to work, you know?
So our objective is primarily at this stage is we're not looking at how the project would be structured, or who the owner of the project would be at this stage.
Okay.
I think our objective is primarily to try to identify innovative ways, because this project is so enormous and complex. It's not a simple, straightforward project. Because of the complexity of the project, our objective is primarily to help identify what funding opportunities and what innovative solutions are available to develop this project.
But isn't the owner important in understanding that? So if you don't know who the owner of the project is, they're going to define the parameters of the project,
doesn't
aren't they?
have, okay, so we don't know who the owner is, and interestingly, from funding opportunity perspective, as I've worked extensively with U.S. Department of Transportation, cities have done that in the past, historically. New York City, City of Houston, Austin City, there are other cities which have done, Denver, City of Denver as well, have done large infrastructure projects, and funding has been made directly to the cities as well. So I'm not contesting who the owner of the project would be, but our objective is to identify those opportunities and funding solutions that are available for development of this project.
Oh, no, I understand that. But like, go ahead, Greg, you want something?
If I may,
Sure.
actually the owner of this commuter rail has not been defined. Who's going to be the owner-operator?
Okay.
That's something that still we question. However, we can still, in parallel track, find answers to this complex project as we find answers of who the owner-operator will be.
Right, but we can't define the project. If we don't know who the owner is, we, the city, can't come in and define the project.
I think one of the reasons why the project is not, and it's important to define the project, is because if you don't know what the project is, you can't put a cost to it. And if you can't put a cost to it, you can't put a total project cost to it. And one of the things that you will note in all of these studies, they would say what the construction cost is, but nobody has actually said what exactly is the total project cost.
Right, because we haven't defined the project. Because we don't know who the owner is. So that would be like me coming in, you're going to redevelop your house, and I'm your next door neighbor, and I tell you I want you to put a pool in. And you're telling, well, it's not your house. Don't tell me to put a pool in. You live next door. Well, I want to use your pool because I'm your next door neighbor, and I'm going to bring over a six-pack. Great. We're good.
Wait.
Okay?
Let me just interject you. By the way, you can use my pool if you want. So
thank you. I'll put that on my. Well, you are in my district, so I might as well
exactly.
stop by. So I appreciate the offer.
Okay.
Do you like beer or wine?
Both. So, first of all, just want to define a few things here. FECR, which is the freight line, they're the ones that own the right of way.
Right.
FECI, which is the company associated with Brightline, they have the easement to use the tracks through a contractual arrangement.
Right.
Okay, I just want the public to be aware of that. Fortress, which is a holding company, owns FEC, or FECI owns Brightline.
Right.
And that ownership may soon change, but we don't have to discuss that tonight. But we are talking with the folks that are buying Fortress or buying Fortress's interest in FECI going forward. But again, so in our conversations with Fortress, and we've met with Fortress several times, they want us to define the project because, as a city, because they want to know what our needs are. So in those conversations, I figured, well, if they're asking me, let me tell them what I think we need. Because originally, FDOT said, well, we only need like a 1.5 mile tunnel, which would bring us below Sunrise. And I said, well, that doesn't work for us. So we have to bring it north of Sunrise and south of Davie. So we've sort of been working on that model for quite a while now. Why one of the other consultants decided we needed a 3.5 mile tunnel when it's really just 2.1, I don't know why they went there, but it's not pertinent right now. But the point is that to respond to your statement, what is the defined project here? We're looking. The conversation has been for a tunnel that enters at north of Sunrise and exits south of Davie.
So
just to give you the parameters.
That's our articulated preference.
That's our articulated preference.
It's not anybody else's articulated preference. Just
no,
so
no,
I'm clear. I just want to make sure.
They've asked us what our preference.
Okay.
U.S. DOT's asked for it. FDOT asked for it. They came in. FDOT came in with their own approach.
Right.
When we got involved, when we were allowed to get involved with the conversation, we meaning just for, and again, not because the commission has decided it, but just for conversation purposes, just to get an idea.
I just want to understand.
Yeah. That's kind of how the conversation went, because it's always the decision of this commission as to what the definition is of this project, and so we were just engaged in preliminary discussions to kind of get a back of the napkin kind of approach to where we're going with this, and that's also with regard to the bridges. And BDO had nothing to do with that, but the bridge discussion was also a back of the napkin kind of conversation, because that has other complications to it in terms of takings, in terms of the longevity of a bridge versus the longevity of a tunnel, and how the maintenance is amortized over the length of time of those two. So there's a lot of variables with regard in this conversation. So, but for the purposes to respond to your question, we've been working on that model.
Okay. No, I just want to, just want to understand where it comes from.
Yeah.
By the way, I did have a question about that. It's funny you bring that up. So the oldest bridges in the world are substantially older than the oldest tunnels, right? So the oldest operating rail tunnel is actually the London Tube and dates back to about 1883. Bridges are a lot older than that.
Yeah, you can say the Roman viaducts work too, but
yeah, exactly. I was in Segovia. There's a lovely one right through the middle of town. Dates to about 2000.
But our consultants, and every one of them, has consistently said that a bridge has a shorter lifespan than a tunnel does.
My father started out as a civil engineer designing bridges in the city of New York. I take that as offensive.
Okay. With all due respect. Okay, continue, please.
So one part is to basically look at what the total project cost would be based on once the project is defined. Another area to look at is in the current environment, we believe it's a huge opportunity to develop any project. The amount of funding which is available right now probably have not seen in our lifetimes such huge quantum under the IIJA money. What it does provide is how and where those monies will be distributed and how those money will be allocated. The need of every city. We anticipate last year almost $23 billion were allocated. We believe next year another $23 billion or $24 billion, although the numbers haven't come from DOT, but we believe these are approximate numbers estimated based on monies which is still available for next year. This will run out in 2024, and 2026 is the last year of allocation. Yes, Mayor?
So I think your numbers are a little off, because when I met with the U.S. DOT people in May, they told me they pushed out $268 billion worth of projects. Are you referring to one specific program within the infrastructure bill?
No, so I'm referring to how much we anticipate allocation can happen next year only.
Okay.
So
Well,
only
I'm just
for-
letting you know this, for some reason, that was such a high number, it stuck in my head.
Yes.
268 billion. And you know what? They're waiting for our application.
Yes.
So we're just a rounding error to them.
Yeah. And some of the allocations which were done last year, like mega grant, which was around 4.6 billion roughly last year. This year we're anticipating it to reduce, but still it would be a still very high number, between $2 and $3 billion. And the most interesting one is the intercity rail grant program, which is expected to increase this year to almost $7.2 billion of allocation. So there is a strong push from federal agencies and federal government to develop rail infrastructure as an alternate, reduce pressures. It's a cleaner, environmental, more friendly infrastructure, and that's why there are huge opportunities available. In addition, it's also a way I would like to also share with the Commission. It's a way how you structure your project. The traditional ways which have been presented are very in the current reports, in the various reports, are a most appropriate way. They form the base of developing a project, but a project of this complexity requires more innovative and value creation solutions. And with the funding which is available, we should tap into those federal grants. We should tap into federal financing options. We should tap into private sector operations and structure a project which works and do it extremely efficiently as well. In the last, before I invite my colleague, how I personally see tunnel as an locally preferred option for the city is simply on two simple reasons. One, it doesn't divide the community. And number two, on economic front, it continues to generate economic activity. Historically, we looked at the data that was presented. Every time a tunnel is built in a city, the property values goes up. The property values goes up, it becomes a more livable city, a more happier community, and effectively more additional revenue collection in form of tax collection for the cities, which is reinvested back into the infrastructure upgradation as well. With this, if you have any questions, otherwise I would like to invite my colleague, Nasri.
Mayor, I just want to interject at this moment because we have been discussing now for about an hour and a half and hearing a lot of information, very important information. But are we going to discuss today what our role is exactly in this process? That's where I still think I need some clarity, because we just heard we should apply for the grants now, we should do this, we should do that. But whose project is this, and what muscle do we even have in any kind of decision making about the LPA, the locally preferred alternative? How can we move forward with? Are we going to get into that? Because I want to make sure we all understand.
That. Let's let Nasri give his presentation. It won't be that long, and then we can have that discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, commissioners, and Commissioner Erb, you were asking about who's providing BDO, the technical support. My name is Nasri Manfa, and I'm a tunnel engineer, and I have been a tunnel engineer for over 40 years. I led major companies' tunnel practices, including WSP, AECOM, and HNTB. And presently, I'm a co-owner and a principal of a specialty tunneling underground construction company. I'm designed for tunnels. One of the things that I bring into this, that I have throughout my career been involved in many iconic projects. Many of those are underwater bodies, including at the present time the Gateway program for Amtrak under the Hudson Tunnel in New York. Prior to that, I was leading the Great Belt Tunnel in Denmark under the sea for the two projects under the Bosphorus, including the Istanbul Strait Crossing, which is a road tunnel, as well as the Marmaray Tunnel. In addition to that, presently also doing the Hampton Road in Virginia under the Chesapeake Bay, and was involved in the Port of Miami Tunnel, which was, as you know, it is probably the closest and the most comparable project.
I'm sorry, you mentioned New York. Were you involved in the Second Avenue subway?
Yes, phase one.
So that was $4.3 billion per mile.
That is a different, because that
I
is in
hope
New
so.
York. And I'll tell you about
per
that.
mile. I know that one very well.
Yeah, I'll tell you about that a little later. Anyway, some of the other projects that I've been involved in is the East Side Access, which recently opened. That is Long Island Railroad access to Grand Central in New York, as well as the several sections of LA Metro, as well as the second largest tunnel in the world, which is the Alaskan Way Tunnel in Seattle. Again, not under the water, but it is very important. I have taught in Columbia University courses. I have been involved in various national and international organizations for tunneling, and I was the main author of FHWA Tunnel Design Handbook. Okay? Having said all of that, and I looked at the various reports that were presented there before, and you guys are all aware of it. As it was said, they are not apple-to-apple comparison. And they are all based on sort of like $1 per linear foot of tunnel. This is not a real comparison. This is not a real estimate of tunneling. It would be great if we have similar to, let's say, housing development or commercial development in which you will have $1 per square foot. Unfortunately, tunnels are not like that. When we do an estimate of a tunnel project, we do it from the bottom up, just like contractor price it. And that is, what is the productivity rate? What are the activities that need to be done? How many people we're going to need for each of the activities? What is the advance rate of the tunneling? The material that is going to be used, the consumable that are going to be used, the equipment that are going to be used, and all of that will bring it up from the bottom up. This is the right way of doing estimate of tunnel project. In order for us to do something to define the project, it's important to define, as you heard, where does it start, where does it end, what is the size, what's the diameter, how far it got to be below the bottom of the New River, and what are the impact on all adjacent facilities, what are potential settlement, any of those aspects that needs to be addressed. So all of these have to come into play when we are assessing the definition of the tunnel itself, the definition of the project itself, and that would lead to a more defendable cost estimate. And it is, as you mentioned, each tunnel project is unique. I have done tunnel projects which were about $15,000 per linear foot, and I have done a tunnel in New York which was $1 million per linear foot. So we cannot compare them, okay? There are issues and challenges that need to be addressed in this particular one. And this is the most important is the geology. The closest project that we know of that in terms of the geology is the Port of Miami. And we do have the data from the Port of Miami. Issues such as maintaining the operation of Brightline and the freight rail, the configuration of the station and how deep they are going to be, the interfacing of other of the project stakeholders, as you said, who is going to deliver the project, what is the role of FEC, and the issues related to real estate, the right-of-way, the underground easement, all of these have to come into play when you're developing a project of this nature. However, there are opportunities for the tunnel. The tunnel life is about 125. Right now, we designed them for 125 to 150-year lifespan. This is, and we have to prove that it is 125 to 150 design lifespan. And there are active tunnels right now over 200 years in continual operation. The life cycle of movable bridge, and in particular vascular bridge, is in the region of about 50 to 75 years. It's not the Brooklyn Bridge, I know that, but it is. So in the lifetime of a tunnel, you got to build the bridges twice.
75?
75, yeah. So, and in addition to that, as you heard previously, tunnel connect communities and remove barriers. And what we have been finding recently in the industry, and when we go to community outreach for a project, the communities are demanding to put more of these infrastructure facilities underground, even at a higher cost, if they are at a higher cost. The property value will increase, and along with that, obviously, the real estate taxes, and it will minimize noise and vibration and air quality, as well as the visual effect. And that's bring me back to my first visit, I don't know, 30 years ago or so, to Chicago, where my hotel room was right by the L, and every time the train passes by, the whole bed will shake, and you don't want that, trust me. And
I live right next to the 7 train in Elmhurst, and it used to go by every 7 minutes. I'm very familiar with that.
So you know that firsthand.
I do, yeah. Could I interrupt for 1 second, though? Because you made a comment about the comparative nature of the Miami tunnel with ours as being a fairly useful comparative. But when I look at the Mooney report, they're saying that the relationship between the ground conditions in Fort Lauderdale and those encountered at the Port of Miami tunnel is substantially different, and talking about the water pressure balance and the need for pre-excavation grouting and so forth. So talk to me a little about that, because Mooney seems to indicate that we can't use the Miami tunnel as a valid comparative. So what's your thoughts on that?
Correct. It's the geology is similar, but it's not the same. The Port of Miami problem was it is limestone, caustic limestone, which has a lot of cavities.
Versus sand and limestone mixed together.
Exactly. When there are cavities, and if you have a tunnel boring machine, and you have a balancing the pressure from the tunnel machine to the ground, and all of a sudden you hit a cavity, all that pressure that you have from the tunnel machine, it will gonna dissipate. And that's why they end up putting a lot of grouting there.
And that's that whole slurry balance pressure issue that we've got to deal with.
You're getting into the nitty-gritty of the tunnel boring machines, but you're absolutely right.
Keeps me up at night.
Okay, and a couple of other points here. Tunnels are sustainable solutions, and the technology right now, in the last, I would say, maybe 15 years or so, advanced so much that they are becoming safer, more economical, and efficient. And therefore, the numbers have to support a project like that, because you got to look at it as the long-term solution to Fort Lauderdale. Any questions?
Anyone have any questions of Nasri at this point? I guess not. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else, Mr. Rogers, that you're going to have speak? Because otherwise I have a few people who've signed up to speak.
No, Mayor, that concludes our presentation. Before you go to speakers, though, I just want to clarify. You asked me about the right-of-way costs and if it was associated in the FDOT report. It does have a line item for right-of-way purchase.
Right, they've got like 7 acres that we have to acquire for a mid-level bascule bridge versus 8.6 acres, I think, for the tunnel.
Yeah, there's a chart that has the actual acreage. And then in the cost estimate, there is a line item that identifies a range from 21 million to 53 million. So I just wanted to correct that because I said it was not in the cost estimates.
So as we do that, by the way, I just want to visit that. Is it anticipated that we will be acquiring all this right of way through eminent domain? Because I want to point out that when we tried to do that with that one little parcel adjacent to the police station, it pushed us back by about 2 years. So eminent domain is a time cost problem when we go to do these forward. So again, and during that 2 years while we were waiting to resolve the eminent domain issue, first of all, we overpaid by a factor of like 75% for the cost of the property. And our costs increased 40% from 100 to $142 million. So eminent domain, if we have to acquire 8+ acres,
yeah, we'd have to get
is problematic.
We have to get into the details. The FDOT report does identify a 24 to 36 month period for that. But again,
good luck.
Again, I just wanted to correct the record since I told you, Mayor, that I didn't think that cost was associated. It is in the cost.
Yeah, and I question that estimate because if you look at the areas in which they believe they would need to take to do the bridge, it just was comical because they're talking about taking a half of a swimming pool or half of someone's backyard. You can't do that.
No, you can't.
So, I mean, and the impact would be far more significant and less contentious. It'd be far more significant above ground, less contentious below ground because people's way of life and quiet enjoyment is not going to be interfered with a tunnel, whereas above the ground you're going to have a completely different analysis. And already I have developers who have building plans along that route who are going to fight fiercely to prevent anything from being built next to their projects. So 2 to 3 years would be a low estimate for that type of eminent domain challenges, plus costly. I do believe the eminent domain statute allows for plaintiffs' attorneys' fees, so they have no incentive whatsoever to shorten that process. So, but anyway, that's a whole other issue for a whole other time. So, does that conclude your remarks?
That includes the staff report, and we'll be here for any questions.
Are we going to be hearing from any of the other folks, like White House? I believe they're here today, and I don't know if anybody's here from Jacobs.
He said they're not here today.
They're not? Okay.
White House's group is here, and available to take questions if the commission has any questions.
Okay.
Okay. Just take questions. You're not doing a presentation. That's
correct.
Okay.
Any other questions? Let me then.
We'll have a chance to speak at the end.
Yeah. And then we need to move on because this is just an informational thing.
I do have one more, Mayor, that was brought up in the BDO presentation, just for my own understanding. So when we're saying there's funding available, I need to understand what that means, and I want to put it into the context of the groundbreaking that we're going to be doing on Wednesday for the federal courthouse. So I worked on that project for 10 years. I went to the White House during the Obama administration. I went to the White House during the Trump administration. I met with Bill Nelson, Marco Rubio, Lois Frankel, Debbie Wasserman Schultz, L.C. Hastings, and everybody else. And it took us 10 years to get $200 million for the courthouse. Same thing with the WAVE. That was a 15-year project of doing that same loop around and getting our entire congressional delegation on board to get $100 million. Help me understand how we're going to get $1 billion in 12 months.
Well, a couple of comments. First of all, it took us 3 months to get $46 million when we needed to close that gap for the federal courthouse. So,
well, it did, but only because we had already gotten the $200 million previously approved.
Yeah, the 196, right. I understand. But I don't think you can compare. They're two different programs entirely. The Department of Transportation is eager to start funding these programs. I think they're different mandates whatsoever with regard to each funding bill. So I don't think that's apples to apples comparison for those federal projects. That's my opinion.
I'm going to need to certainly understand a lot more.
Yeah, and also in speaking with the Secretary, he indicated to me that we're not looking for shovel-ready projects anymore. We're looking for shovel-worthy projects. So we don't even have to have the defined project in place as long as we have a concept, which is a game changer for us because it allows us to move forward with the expectation of funding. But to your point, there will have to be multiple sources of funding. We'll need federal funding, of course. We're going to need state funding, of course. The county has not yet indicated a willingness to participate in funding, even though the city of Fort Lauderdale contributes more than 30% of the transportation tax every year, and there's billions sitting in the bank doing nothing right now. I think that the city of Fort Lauderdale has every expectation that the county should be able to participate in this project, especially since this is a project of regional significance. This isn't just about Fort Lauderdale. This is going to help facilitate a transportation system that goes from Miami to West Palm Beach. So I think we're all in agreement there. Yeah, Mr. City Manager, do you want to say something?
I wanted to talk about a process to follow up beyond our discussion today. We'd like to get direction, specific direction, how to move. Because what we'd like to do is confirm with the county that you, as a board, would like to meet as a joint board and have this discussion as they requested it in the past. And perhaps that's would be the next step for both bodies to meet together and talk about the potentials at hand. At the same time, you have BDO that is completing their assessment and review for your consideration. And I believe you said 30 to 45 days, Umar? Yeah, so within 30 to 45 days, you'll have additional information with information about potential grants that we would be able to qualify for. So that can help you decide on your path forward as a board.
Okay, great. All right, there are a few people who signed up to speak, so and then we'll wrap things up. Okay, Commissioner? Okay. I'm going to call your names three at a time. Russ Clennett, followed by Peter Partington, followed by Ted and Sarah.
Hello, Commissioners, Mayor. My name is Russ Clennett. I am the chair of the Broward Workshop's Urban Corridor Committee, and I am here representing the Broward Workshop. It's important, and many of you have been in front of me. Commissioner Earps, you've been in front of our commission. We talked about this issue. Commissioner Sturman as well. Thank you very much for your opportunity to come visit with us. And for some reason, I'm not sure exactly why. I have no engineering degree. I have no accounting degree, but I've become Mr. Tunnel for the last 18 months or better. You asked a lot of very good questions. Unfortunately, I think other than the mayor, I'm one of the few that can actually answer some of them. The owner of the tunnel will be Broward County. There is no question that that will be the owner. There have been a couple of generational projects in this county over the last 20 years. South Runway at the airport, Convention Center. By the way, that only took 22 years for the Convention Center and the hotel. This is a generational project. It impacts Miami-Dade County. It impacts Palm Beach County, who was waiting, by the way, who is waiting to see what we do, and certainly affects Broward County. It impacts the county's Primo plan for how transportation is going to work in every aspect of Broward County, getting from east to west, north to south, getting that student who lives in Deerfield Beach into Nova Southeastern to go to class through commuter rail. There are an awful lot of considerations. The Broward Workshop, the DDA, the Fort Lauderdale Chamber of Commerce have all taken strong positions supporting a tunnel to be built rather than a bridge to be built. And most of you know that. You've been to our committees. We've talked about it. So the county, of course, is being very careful about husbanding their surtax dollars. And they're very concerned. And one of the things that the city of Fort Lauderdale has done and taken a lead in, and by the way, this entire generational project and the impact of 3 counties, guess where this is happening, and guess who's got to help make that decision? It's you. Because it's the New River. And it's the crossing of the New River that makes all these programs and plans work. So there's a very heavy responsibility on you, on the business community, on everybody who lives in the city of Fort Lauderdale to make this work one way or another. One of the things that we have not had has been an actual, for real, basic number as to what this is likely cost. You know, it's like going into the car dealership. How much down and how much a month? So the question here is, how much is this going to cost and where's the money? we have been meeting with the effort put forward by the Broward Workshop in the city of Fort Lauderdale. You all have brought together parties that have not been brought together before to start to talk about this and come to some conclusions. To have Brightline and Fortress and the FECI in the room at the same time with the city of Fort Lauderdale and these organizations has been pretty monumental. For that to happen, it has moved the ball significantly down the corridor, maybe the train up the track. Take your choice of visual situation there. Yesterday, Steve Hudson and I met with 5 members of the Broward County Commission, including Mayor Fisher, including Kevin Kelleher, the assistant county administrator charged with this. They are pleased to wait until sometime in February, until the city and its current report gets completed. They will be happy to meet with us at this point. They're ready, by the way, Mayor, to become part of the working group to help move that along, which is pretty unusual. It's not the Hatfields and the McCoys, which has been basically the way the city and the county have operated for the past bunch of years. And I did hear from Geller, all he wants to do is still talk about the time that he threw out the city of Fort Lauderdale police and brought the sheriff in during COVID. I mean, you know, there's a lot of this that's out there. You have an opportunity. You do. You have an opportunity to understand the project and to understand where the money is. And Commissioner Earps, we're looking at down the barrel of an election. We don't know what's going to happen in January of 25. We don't know who's going to be signing checks or not. What we do know is that we've got a very short window to, as the mayor said, deliver a project that's shovel-worthy to the department. When the county started this, they started thinking about, and the staff was thinking about something called revenue passenger mile. It was a calculation. Oh, you can't do a tunnel. You'll never be able to afford it. Well, what they didn't take into account was discretionary spending. In one of the meetings that we had recently, the FECI said to us, you know, there is something called the Intercity Rail Fund. Okay, well, tell us a little more. Well, the Intercity Rail Fund has $13.5 billion in it. And there was a tranche that's just about to be awarded, about $6 billion of the 13.5. And why did the FECI know so much about it? Because they applied for $2 billion for their Los Angeles, Las Vegas Brightline. Right. And so they said, let's get on this, let's move forward. And so there is discretionary money, and that's just one pot. BDO has alerted me to 4, 5, 6 different pots of money that are available, that are discretionary pots of money that are up to the decision of the secretaries of these various agencies, even the EPA. The EPA's got a fund that says if you eliminate emissions at intersections, we'll give you money. So the funding for these kinds of projects are primarily going to be the feds at somewhere in the neighborhood of about 50%. The state at about 25%, but the state is not going to build the project. The state's going to write a check. And so you're looking at what money is left. 2 points I'm going to make to you, and then I'm going to quit talking. Miami-Dade passed a special taxing district just before Mayor Jimenez went out of office. 1/8 of a mile on either side of the FEC corridor. Forward-thinking, to think of ways to help pay for operation and maintenance and funding for those developments that were going to come out of the ground along the corridor. You take a look at what's going on in Fort Lauderdale, Oakland Park, Wilton Manors, Pompano Beach, Deerfield. You do the same kind of situation there. You've got a very unique and interesting revenue stream that will be paid for by new developments moving into those areas. We also know that the prime area for affordable housing in Broward County is along that corridor. Because people will be able to come downstairs or walk across the street, get in commuter rail, and go to work. So it's a huge opportunity. Because where are you going to put it? In Weston? Coral Springs? That's not happening. It's going to happen along this corridor. Bridge, tunnel. So I'd heard an awful lot about a 25-foot bridge, a 40-foot bridge, a 56-foot bridge. So I said, you know what? I'm going to ask someone. So I went and I talked to the president of Bradford Marine, of our largest marine industries. And I said, talk to me about a 40-foot bridge. He says, well, you know, we already have a fixed bridge in Broward County. It's called I-95. It's a 55-foot fixed bridge. And do you know that any of the marine industries that are on the west of that 55-foot bridge cannot take a large majority of the yachts that come from refurbishing? Can't get under the bridge. I said, 55 feet, can't get under the bridge. I said, what about 40-foot bridge? He said, well, 40-foot bridge is going to have a very serious negative impact on the marine industries. Bradford, Roscioli, Broward. Why? He said, anything more than 110-foot Westport, and certainly every sailboat and every catamaran, their arrays are higher than 40 feet. And if you think about sea level rise and resiliency and king tides, 40 foot's a 35-foot bridge. So he said, and here's the practical financial implications of that. When one of those battleships, and we get an awful lot of them, is coming up the river, required 2 tugs. Get around Tarpon Bend to get up the river. I said, how much that cost? He says, $6K an hour. He said, so the managers of those yachts have to figure in the cost. You got 200 trains a day closing a bridge that we can't get through. They're going to look up and they're going to say, you know, we'd go to Savannah. We're going to take this work to Savannah. Or people don't know that Director Shipyards in the Dania Cutoff Canal is now building a refurbishing facility in Fort Pierce. And they just bought a 2,000-ton travel lift to take the big ships. So there are complications even to a 40-foot bridge that is going to cause significant financial impact to our second leading financial industry in Fort Lauderdale, which is the marine industry after tourism. So there are a lot of factors to consider in what's going on. At the Broward Workshop, we have spent about 18 months looking at all of them, and we keep learning new things every day. We support you. We believe you're making a very difficult but important decision, and it needs to be in partnership with Broward County, and then with Miami-Dade County, and then eventually with Palm Beach County. But you all get the luxury of being, I hate to say ground zero, but you're it. Crossing, I remember I took Nasri the first time, who built the tunnel underneath the Bosporus, for Christ's sakes, all right? And I showed him, we were standing out at the boathouse, Wymoth's place, and I said, well, that's the new river. That's it? I said, yeah, that's what you got to get under. So I know you'll make the right decisions. The studies are important. You will be able to work with the county. They will work together, and you'll get there. And we at the workshop, the DDA and the others, we're here to support you, we're here to help you, and we're here to offer whatever assistance we can and will continue to do. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Commissioners, for your time.
Thank you.
A couple of quick comments about that. And so you actually left out the one big regional development, which we've been working on now since 1980-something, and that's the Southwest 10th Connector. That last 2 miles from the Sawgrass Expressway to I-95.
But before I had the good sense to move to Fort Lauderdale, my wife and I don't know, many of you probably don't know, but my wife was on the county commission for 10 years and represented Northwest Broward County. Mm-hmm. And so I had to do that stupid drive every day, okay? And every day I would curse a fellow many of you knew named Trinchatella.
Trenchy.
Okay? Nope, you're not building that connector. It's going to make thy people noisy in Century Village. So, yes, and by the way, last I saw, there hasn't been a contract issued for that yet.
Well, I just found out, actually, the cost of that last 2 mile piece is going to be more than the entire Sawgrass Expressway was originally.
Yeah, because of the delay.
Because of the delay.
We didn't make the right decision at the right time.
Right,
it's now costing us 10 times the price of what it would have otherwise cost.
Now, Russ, another question for you.
Sure.
I know we got a letter from the Marine Industries Association saying that they think 99% of the boats can get under a 40-foot bridge.
Yeah, I think there's probably going to be a little bit of internal conversations at the marine industries after my call last Friday.
So if we're at 56 foot, right, which is sort of the mid-level bridge as proposed, and that's not a fixed bridge. That's still a bascule bridge that can open up. So it will accommodate pretty much anything that comes through. Because once you open it up, it's sky's the limit, effectively, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you think of the bridge of the 17th Street Causeway, it opens up, so any battleship can get underneath it. As
But you remember when they built that? Remember what we were told? Mm-hmm. All right. Remember what we were told? We were told it'll never open. Okay, it'll never open.
Right.
Damn thing causes traffic jams on 17th Street every 30 minutes in both directions because it opens every 30 minutes, and we were told never have to open.
I think we have to blame Spielberg for that, right, in his yacht, or is it Shad Khan in his yacht?
Well,
sure.
there's a waiting line,
right.
and and the point is those boats that are coming through Port Everglades are coming in, going through that 56-foot bridge and going to the new river and coming down. So you can see the parallels with that having to open every 30 minutes for that. The same kind of situation is going to apply. 200 trains a day. If we can make a tunnel work fiscally,
I think that's really all it comes down to.
have to do it.
Primarily. I mean, I really do. You know, I've been saying for the last, year and a half, 2 years that I think the tunnel is the best solution. Is one of the areas where the mayor and I, agree. We do sometimes, we don't sometimes. I think the tunnel, as we all understood, is the preferred option. I think for me, it's a balancing act between.
But it won't be your money. See, that's the issue.
That's really where it comes down to.
That's the issue. I was with Geller yesterday.
How realistic is that availability? Because when we talk about grant applications, I've been doing grant applications in the government sector for 25 years, and it's a shotgun approach. You throw them out there.
This is a little different. You don't usually have the combined weight of the business community solidly 100% behind you on this particular issue. I'm sitting and working the county commission yesterday. I'm working to 5 different commissioners with Steve Hudson, with George, wherever he's hiding, and Walter Duke, all working, talking to them, getting them to say, yes, you know what, Fort Lauderdale, take the lead, go spend until February. But what Lamar said to me, I need a report in February because we have to finish our applications then. So,
but that's why I wrote the Southwest 10 connector, though, because. Yeah. I agree with you, actually. I think there's nothing more vital to the economic success, not only of Fort Lauderdale, but of the entire region, than having commuter rail. I grew up in New York. I've been riding subways and the Long Island Railroad my whole life. And we need to be able to move people down here to work in our restaurants and our hotels that can't afford to live in Fort Lauderdale anymore because we simply cannot build enough affordable and workforce housing to accommodate the workforce we need to sustain our tourism industry. So we need to be able to move people up and down, north and south, from Palm Beach, as you say, down to Miami, back and forth. You go and look at folks that work down in Key West, and they're living up in Florida City and Homestead, and it takes them 3.5 hours, 4 hours on a bus to get down there. We can't sustain that. I knew people that lived in the Poconos in Pennsylvania that commuted into Manhattan, take them 2 hours back and forth every day. They cross 2 states to get there. So we need to have a regional transportation option because you need it for economic development.
Absolutely.
It's critical for the next 30 to 40 years. If we've got 1,000 people a day moving into Florida, they got to live somewhere. They're not all going to be able to afford to live in Fort Lauderdale. They need to live places that are a little cheaper, and we still want them to work here. So we need to have a solution. We need one that can get done. The funding availability is the key to that, but I just want to make sure that we don't wind up with that 2-mile gap, that we don't have a southern train and maybe a northern train,
and
we don't have a way across the river.
Look, a southern train, even though the county commission put $18 million into Southie. So I asked the question, I said, where are you going? I mean, you've got only one LPA approved, which is at Hollywood. So is Hollywood going to Hollywood? You've got issues. The one thing that Kevin Kelleher said to me yesterday, the county is going to have to be the owner of the project. The county has got to buy the rolling stock. The county has got to sign the lease with the operator, whether it's Brightline or Long Island Railroad. All right, they've got to do all that. But it's our dirt. It's our dirt. And it's not going to happen without this commission and this community's support as to say, okay, this is the right way for you to get across this river to make commuter rail for 3 counties and 5.5 million people work. A little decision you got to make here. Nothing big. Little decision. Something keep you.
We just got to look in the cushions and find that $2 billion.
Back when I used to smoke, that's where the money was, in the cushion.
Thank you, Russ. Peter Partington.
Commissioners, Peter Partington, city resident. I can't match the passion and eloquence of the last speaker, but what I wanted to say first is I think over the course of my career and life, I've had more meetings with FDOT than I've had hot dinners. So I understand FDOT very well, and I have actually the utmost respect for FDOT. They are very good at what they do, and they are very skilled and dedicated. But the organization is a bit like an ocean liner. You give them direction and off they go. And it is true that they are much better at building bridges because they have much more experience than they are at tunnels. But if they're directed to study things, then they do a fabulous job, in my opinion. Now, when you talk about the cost of a tunnel, it's basically a similar question to how long is a piece of string. Basically, the cost of the tunnel is the length of the tunnel, and what determines the length is how deep that you have to go. You have, as one of your reports, the Lochner report, laid out various ways of doing tunnels, and one of the ways they talked about in quite some detail was what they called trench cutting, or the top-down approach. And basically, it's quite well described in the Lochner report. And in my opinion, that idea, as the gentleman just said previously, that he showed the tunnelling expert the New River, and this is somebody that has built a tunnel across the Bosphorus, and it's basically a ditch. It's nothing. So I do not believe that the top-down, open-cut proposal has been given due diligence in this whole process, and possibly because nobody has directed FDOT to do that. So what I'm here to say is, before you reach any conclusions that a tunnel is cost prohibitive, if you're prepared to accept a shorter tunnel that would not, for example, go under Davy Boulevard, and it might be at the surface by even as soon as Sistrunk Boulevard, it could be a lot cheaper. So my recommendation to you is you consider all the proposals from all the reports, specifically with regard to doing this tunnel top-down. And I have to believe that when they did the Henry Kinney tunnel, they did not bring in a big boring machine and go down and do all that for the Henry Kinney tunnel. That's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you.
And remember all the controversy over that tunnel.
Peter, come on back. I got a question about that. So are you talking about using the coffer dam approach and like having the precast segments, and then we use a coffer dam, we close off a portion of the river? We basically then, kind of like they built the caissons for the Brooklyn Bridge, where you just go down there, build a box, drain it out, pump out all the water, go down, and then excavate, and then drop the coffer, use the coffer dam, then drop the precast right in place?
That's one approach.
Okay.
You can also do what they call a submerged tunnel, where you build the structure in like a little cutting off to the side of the river, and then you float it out to the. You have to excavate a little bit in the riverbed and drop it in
and sink it down and excavate underneath.
Exactly.
Okay.
So that's a similar approach.
Okay.
There would be more disruption, obviously, at the surface, as you have to do open cut. But if you look at the Lochner report, they describe how you can do it in such a way as to minimize the disruption to the surface. But yes, basically those two techniques.
So you got a whole precast tunnel, right? And then, as I understand, like you said, you float it out there, you drop it down, you excavate underneath, and that whole thing basically just goes down in one shot.
Yes, or you build it, as you said, in a coffer dam and flood the coffer dam.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you. For those of you who don't know, Mr. Parrington used to be the city engineer for many, many years. Ted and Sarah, hi Ted, followed by Mary Fertig, followed by, let's see, these people are for questions only, Brandy Creed. Well, that's just questions also. Wait a minute. Mr. Kelleher. Okay, so Ted, Mary, Kevin. Hello, Ted.
Good afternoon, everybody. Now, for something completely different, I'm sure after I speak, I don't think Commissioner Herbst is going to have any questions. I'm not a tunnel expert. I'm not a.
That's almost.
I didn't.
Now you've intrigued him.
I can stay around.
I did not meet with FDOT. I did not meet with the Marine Advisory Board. I'm old school Fort Lauderdale. I know my city. And I've lived 67 years on the west side of the tracks. In a lot of areas in Fort Lauderdale, I think US 1 is a more divider of the have and have-nots as far as the neighborhoods go. But anyway, you know, my opinion is very simple. I go back to what the core of this question is: bridge or tunnel. I say neither. For one thing, the reason is I don't think we need 80 more trains of empty trains of going up and down. We are not New York City. As hard as this commission and the past commission has tried to turn us into New York City, we are not a commuter trail rail riding community. Nobody is going to take 17th Street to Oakland Park Boulevard to go eat at Peter Pan Diner on a train. I mean, that is just not going to happen. And all you're going to do is the streets, Davie Boulevard, all these other streets with crossings, it's going to be a nightmare.
They should just go to Lester's Diner instead.
Yeah, or you get off at Lester's. I mean, I rode my bicycle here today from River Oaks down 3rd Avenue, from 7th Street, where the courthouse is, to Broward Boulevard. It's one lane right now, both ways, even over the bridge, and the sidewalk is gone because they're working on it. And the bridge went up. So you had all this. So I know what the city needs. We need 80 more trains. I mean, I just do not understand. I understand maybe 3 trains. People want to go to Orlando. We'll give them 1 in the morning, 1 in the afternoon, and 1 in early evening. That's all. But there's not going to be people riding these commuter trains in this city, because I've lived here a long time. Nobody is going to drive to stop, get on a train, then go to Target or wherever they want to go to get back on the train. That is not us. That's not our city. As hard as you want to make it New York, we are not New York City. And trust me, these people will stay in our cars forever before we'll get on a train and go for a little bit of time. So I say neither bridge or tunnel, because we don't need that many more trains, which would mean there's not a need for either one of them.
Okay.
That's all I got.
All right.
Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Ted. Mary Fertig. Hi, Mary. Followed by Mr. Kelleher.
I wasn't going to speak today. I actually went out during the conversation and signed up. And when I came back in, Commissioner Glassman asked a question that I was sitting there thinking, which is why I went out to sign up to speak, because I was getting really confused sitting here. I had read the backup. I really had going to be speaking, as I'm sure you're unhappy to hear, because you have so many hours ahead of you on other items today. But I went out and signed up because I truly am confused. First of all, there are reports from 3 consultants attached to the agenda, but I didn't hear any of them get up and speak today. Instead, I heard a consultant get up whose report wasn't attached to the agenda. Now, I'm just going to tell you that my next point is going to be who's paying for this. Very hard to figure out. I have come to meetings for a number of years, as you're aware, and it seems to me that we've heard about FDOT, we've heard about the county, we've heard about the city. Everybody is going to be involved in this project. And so at the point when Commissioner Glassman asked that question, all of the conversation had been about Fort Lauderdale and what Fort Lauderdale was doing. But I guess my question is, who's making the decisions? Now, that became a little more clarified when you had some people from the audience speak, but not clarified at all from what I heard. So let me tell you, whether it's FDOT, whether it's the city, whether it's the state, whether it's Washington, D.C., it's ultimately the taxpayers. And I would suggest that information be put out there that makes it very clear to the taxpayers what's going on. As I said, 3 reports attached to your agenda, and you don't even ask any of those consultants to, I mean, you could at least ask them to come up here. So it looks like what we paid, $250,000 for in January and however much on all the rest of them. That was an expenditure that was worth it for us. It seems today, from today's conversation, that it's Fort Lauderdale's project. I appreciate Mr. Clinette clarifying that really it's the county that will make the decision. But as I sit here today, because I'm going to be speaking on some other issues,
Mary, it's not the county that's making the decision. It has to be a collective decision with the city, the county, the MPO, and FDOT to agree upon a locally preferred alternative. That's how the process goes, just so that you understand.
Thank you.
Okay.
And even more so, because that's more people to get in agreement. So that's why I feel like it's important to have this conversation with everybody. So my last, my question sitting here, because I said coming on other things, is how much money is budgeted for this in the city budget? How much money have you budgeted for consultants and studies and all of this follow-up? And how much money are we looking at paying? Now, I think there's no doubt from what we've heard over the years that there is a clear preference for a tunnel if there is money for a tunnel. But $3 billion is a lot of money. I know you don't want to cut me off after you've given other speakers 15 minutes. So let me just finish this
I would
thought.
never cut you off, Mary.
I know, you're so kind.
Despite many times I've wanted to.
Oh, no. I'm going to have to show you a picture later that's going to make you regret saying that.
I'm sorry, Mary. I'm sorry.
Of when you and I were, having a great conversation.
Yes.
Okay. So I just want to go back to the money issue. We have $500 million in stormwater projects being proposed in the next agenda item added onto the $200 million that's already there.
Yeah.
We have a water plant that's another half a billion or so, I don't know.
666 million.
Oh, thank you. Every time I come to the meetings, I'm hearing things thrown out in terms of $500 million or $1 billion. And so at some point, I think for those of us sitting in the audience, we'd kind of like to have a clear picture of what this looks like for the city in the future.
Well, that's a good question, Mary. Do you think
realistic.
we need this? Like Ted said, do you think we need this project?
Do I believe in commuter rail?
Yeah.
Yes, I do.
Okay.
For all of the reasons that have been articulated by so many of you, and I think Mr. Clinette did a great job in articulating it. I believe in commuter rail. I also believe that you can study something to death and never get it. So at some point you make a decision based on the reports. And again, I would have been interested in hearing from some of the consultants that authored those previous reports, which did give you estimates, which did answer some of these other questions that you've raised today. So with that, I'm going to leave it because I really didn't plan to speak, as you can tell, because I'm not well prepared. But thank you.
Well, it really today wasn't. I'm happy to have people speak, but today was like an education process for even the commission to get a summary of what these consultants have said, to hear from BDO, hear from Nasri, to bring the commission up to date. So you'll have plenty of opportunities to speak again.
Well, I understand that, but I guess when you say to get the consultants to speak, and maybe I just missed it somewhere in here, did somebody speak from Lochner? Did somebody speak from White House?
They haven't requested to participate. I mean, we can speak with them individually as commissioners.
Oh, so you're saying this one group, BDO, did request to speak?
Yes.
They requested, but so the process is the consultant requests to speak. We don't request that they speak.
It's a process, Mary. There'll be an opportunity for White House to speak. There'll be an opportunity for Lochner to speak. There'll be a process for everyone to speak.
Oh, and they're going to do that today?
No, not today, because we
okay.
can only do so many things today. We're already into almost 2 hours.
What is your goal today? I guess that's what Commissioner Glassman and I'm wondering too. Thank you.
Okay.
But the good news is that all of those folks, their reports are in the backup.
Yeah.
And that was published so people can read.
Yeah.
Whoever did not speak today on behalf of them, we still have the opportunity to read what they had to say.
Their conclusions, correct.
Well, exactly.
But if I may, that brings up a very good point, because that's why I was asking whether White House Group was here, if Lochner was here, because Mooney is challenging some of the conclusions that were reached in the Lochner report, the FDOT report, and I'd like to have an opportunity for a rebuttal from them, because there seems to be a disagreement, and that's okay. I get that happens with engineers, but I think it's imperative that Jacobs and Lochner and folks who are tunnel experts get up. I don't want to walk away looking at this and thinking, okay. Let me use this example, and I shared this with somebody else. I go to the doctor for my physical, and he tells me, you're fat and you drink too much. I'm like, okay. I find another doctor, and he tells me I'm fat and I drink too much. I find a third doctor at the bar who's fat and drinks too much, and he tells me you look great. So I want to make sure we're not doctor shopping here. We're not consultant shopping till we find the one that gives us the answer that we already have. Okay, so I want to make sure that whatever we're doing is really designed to get us the right answer, not the answer that we already have in mind. And as somebody who's worked in the consulting profession, I can tell you that a consultant is pretty good at reading your past reports and understanding the outcome you're looking for and giving it to you. That's how consultants make their living. So I'd like to have an opportunity for the other firms that we paid substantial amounts of money for to contribute to this conversation. I don't think it's fair and reasonable. We paid a lot of money for the
I don't disagree with you.
Okay.
I don't disagree with you. But that could be part two. That would be part two of this process, because we've already taken about 2.5 hours.
Can we have a workshop just on that?
I think we should.
Okay. I think this is too important just to cut off and move forward with. So, Mayor, thank you. I'm glad you and I are on the same page.
Trust me, I want all the information. Okay. And I want everyone to have an opportunity. And I think even especially the three people that have, or the 3 or 4 groups that have been advising on this, including FDOT, I think we should all compare notes and try to bring the apples to apples comparison down to a point where we can make a decision.
Yeah.
But
I mean, I can show you. I've got like 50 tabs in here in every one of these reports because I've read them and outlined and underlined and highlighted them to death. That's why I know about slurry walls and all these other fun things in here, is because I've done a deep dive into every one of these reports, and I have questions about some of the, I'm not going to say inconsistencies, but differing opinions that go into it. And so if we could, I would really thank you for understanding the importance of that. Just let's have a workshop where we have every one of our consultants here, and we go through every one of these reports and make sure that we all have a clear understanding up here on the dais as well as within the community, and maybe invite Broward County to that conversation as well. However it takes us to get to a consensus about what we can actually do will be huge.
And I think the county would appreciate that as well.
Mayor, would we be doing that before we met with the county? Because I'm assuming that we will be meeting with the county before we move forward, like we just said, before February when they have to submit their information. I'm hoping that city manager will either have that kind of a workshop with or without the county, with all of our consultants prior to that joint meeting with the county.
Hopefully we can do it before the end of the month. Let's see what we can do.
Okay, because I think that'll be really important.
Yeah, no, I think that'd be great. One thing I'll leave you with on this is, we talk about the history of this project, and I appreciate the comments from Ted about how difficult it's going to be to get people out of their cars. And candidly, I agree with Ted. But I think we're going to have to, because again, our density here in Fort Lauderdale is increasing, as we know. The density throughout South Florida continues to increase. We're one of the fastest growing states in the country. And we have to accept that the future is not going to look like the past. We have to get people out of cars. And in order to do that, we have to create transportation options that are attractive and inviting and convenient. I was just in London and I took the tube everywhere I went, and they come every 100 seconds. 100 seconds. Train pulls out and there's another one waiting to pull in, and guess what? Everyone is packed. And so I think for, again, our continued economic vitality, we need to look at this. So I'm looking at an article from the Palm Beach Post, and this is from 2013. And this is when we had the first regional group that got together to promote the Coastal Link. We were talking about this for a long, long time. Again, I went to meetings that were planning stages even before this group came together and signed this compact. So I think to Mary's point, we can't study things to death. At some point, we have to move forward and get some things done. And I just want to make sure that we are on a path towards execution. Thank you.
Okay. Mayor, I would also just like to add to that for people like Ted as well. This is called planning. We, whether we like it or not, we have to plan. We cannot just put our head in the sand and say, let's just not plan. Let's not face what's happening in the future. We have a responsibility, not just for right now, but for what's going to be coming. After all of us are gone from this dais, we have to set that groundwork so that the city is moving forward in a smart way. Thank you.
Okay, and to that point, while this will be a benefit to the city, we have to also consider the impact that some of these options are going to have on our community. So, and we do a cost-benefit analysis here. We have a benefit of commuter rail that's been articulated by several people today, and then we have to consider, well, what is the burden that we're going to have to suffer in order to accommodate this new concept of transportation. So that's one of the questions we're going to have to weigh going forward. So I'm sorry, Mr. Kelleher, you've been standing there. I appreciate your patience. Please step forward, and you have the floor.
No problem. Thank you, and good afternoon. I'm Kevin Keller, Assistant County Administrator for Broward County, and I know you guys have had a long day talking about tunnels and bridges, and there's been a lot of information out here, and I encourage you to get further input from those who have done studies on it. I know the White House group is here, and they brought their tunnel experts, Jacobs, who worked with them on their study. But that's not why I came, so there's a lot of information that was out there, and getting all that out on the table is very important. There was one piece of information that was stated here that I needed to come up here and correct the record because I wasn't planning on speaking. Mr. Clinette indicated that there was a meeting that I was in attendance with Mayor Lamar Fisher, and yes, they did come there. They is with the Broward Workshop. And they did say that they were doing the study with the BDO, and then it would be done by February. And the county mayor did indicate that he wanted to request some information, but at no time did he indicate that he was agreeable to delaying this till February. And I did confirm that with him, and he wanted to make sure that the record was correct on that. So that was it.
Sure.
So thank
Okay.
you.
So
Great.
what kind of, I'm sorry, Mr. Keller, so what kind of timeline are we looking at, just so we know? If we're not waiting till February, what is our timeline?
All I'm saying is that there was no agreement to wait till February.
So can we have
Yes,
a joint meeting sometime this month, you think?
Well, I can't speak for the commission and do that. I will tell you there was efforts to try to schedule a joint meeting, and we had proposed dates, and it's actually going to be hosted and facilitated by the MPO, and where we can have this all down on the table, where the county and the city would be there. Unfortunately, we couldn't get that together, which led the county to go forward and have the White House group do their presentation to us on October 10th. So, we did try those efforts. I mean, if the city is ready now for that meeting, then we can go back and do that. But that's, I can't speak for the commission on that.
Okay. Greg, did you want to say something?
No, just wanted to say that, yes, we can certainly work with Mr. Kelleher and the MPO to settle on a date to do a joint workshop. I just want to get clarity on, would you like to have one workshop with the consultants, just the city, and then another workshop with the county, because there's complex information that you're receiving right now, and this is a very important decision point for the project. So just wanted to understand if you'd like to have one or have a series of one just with the city and consultants and one with the county and the MPO later.
Okay, so what do you folks think? Do you want to do one, get all the consultants together in one room, and get the two governing bodies in one room, and just have a 2 or 3 hour workshop with them, or do you want to have a separate one? What are your thoughts?
It's my thought. I want to have a separate one first with the consultants.
Okay.
And that way we can get a clear understanding and go dive as deep as we need to dive. And then from there, come in and have the joint with the
county?
With the county commission.
Is that the consensus of the commission?
But will there be any consultants at the joint meeting with the county? Because I'm thinking almost maybe it's just best to have everybody in the same room at the same time, so everyone hears everything, so it's not one of these, reporting back. Like we just heard something now that is, in dispute of what we just heard before from Mr. Clinette in terms of some information. I want to just try to avoid any kind of he said, she said, and miscommunication.
Well, I don't think it precludes having the consultants attend at a joint meeting. So if the vice mayor is more comfortable in trying to shore up the information first before we have a joint meeting, I can understand that. So why don't we do that? See if is anyone taking any trips this month?
I'm taking a couple.
Yes.
I have a couple trips this month.
Yes, I'm sorry. I am too.
On the Bright Line, of all things. I swear, 2 trips, four legs.
All right, folks, look at your calendars right
maybe
now.
you could go under the river and let us know how
I
that
could go
works.
remotely by Bright Line.
15th through the 18th
Okay.
for the National League of Cities.
All right, what are we doing at the end of the month?
Well, I don't think we need to figure this out right now, our schedules. Can't
Well,
we just...
it's going to be helpful. I mean, the 15th through the 18th is the vice mayor is not available. I'm not available. What about the week of Thanksgiving? Are we all here?
Thanksgiving itself?
The week
No, the
of
week,
Thanksgiving, I said.
No. I'll be the week after I'm free.
This is why we might have to just have one meeting with the county and all the consultants. If we are able to figure out 2 meetings, good luck to all of us.
Okay, so
May
what
I
about the
propose-
27th, 28th, 29th, 30th? Are we here then?
Yes, I am here.
Hold on.
Tuesday the 28th?
28th, 29th, or 30th. Are we all here then?
28th, 29th, yes. 30th, got a bunch of stuff going on. 28th,
All right.
29th works best.
How about, all right, so 28th, you want to have a joint meeting of the city?
Wait, hold on a second. Just so you know, that's a crazy day, the 28th, you know. I don't know what time you're thinking of, but we have, on that day, Truluck's ribbon cutting, Christmas on Las Olas, Styles Light Up Downtown.
We'll do
There's
a
a lot
12 o'clock.
that day.
We'll do a 12 o'clock, 2-hour lunch meeting, and we'll invite the consultants to speak at that time.
Well, you brought up a good point. If it's that hard for us to get together.
4 hours.
Well, whatever. I'm just saying, well, we have until 4 o'clock with
Well,
Truluck.
Mr. Mayor, if it's
Yes,
that
sir.
hard for us to get together, I mean, the chances of us all getting together for 2 meetings with the county,
Let's just to respect the vice mayor's wishes. Why don't we're
Okay.
all here. Let's just agree on
Okay.
12 o'clock on Tuesday the 28th.
Wait a sec. Is that going to be just us?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
because were any of you planning on going into the swearing in of the new county mayor on that day?
Let me,
On the 28th? I'm just saying, that's why I don't know why we're doing this
okay,
now, but
excuse me. Let me say this. With everything that's on the table, with the schedule that we have, it would be suitable. I will be able to, if we have one meeting, it'd be easier to plan and get everyone together. So however we can make that happen.
Well, the problem is that Mr. Kelleher can't speak for the county right now, and so I'm hoping that at least we can agree to have our meeting, and then in the meantime, hopefully, the city manager and the county administrator can coordinate to have a joint meeting. I'd like to have that before Christmas, if possible. And
Can we look at like 10 to 2, and if we finish up early, great.
again, 10 till noon is the swearing in if anyone was planning on attending the county swearing in of the new mayor. I'm still thinking that we should just do one meeting with all the consultants, the county and us. I don't know why we have to do 2 meetings.
because we might not be able to coordinate it in such a short period of time with the county, don't you?
Well, I understand, but we don't know the timeline. We're hearing that February is too late. No, I think you're missing my point. My point is there might be questions that arise from White House or whoever else in terms of questions when we're with the county. So why not just have everybody in the same room at the same time, county, city, consultants, and we hash it all out and we figure it out one meeting.
Well,
I don't know
missing
why
my
we're having a
point.
pre-meeting and then a second meeting.
So let me throw this out. We have White House Group here right now. We have Jacobs here right now. Why don't we just take advantage of the fact that they're here, and let's just do this. Let's power through.
So do you want to just cancel the rest of this conference meeting?
Yes, I think this is a singular issue that
I don't know if they're
everything
prepared
else.
to make a presentation.
I don't know. Let's ask
I
them.
don't want it to be unfair to them.
Sure, agreed.
Yes, Greg?
May I offer that on the 21st, which is a commission meeting date, we bring the consultants, so you have a meeting just with the consultants to talk about each report in depth, and we could start something at 11.
9 to 12.
Wait, that's
9
the
to 12.
9 a.m.
21st?
Come on, guys. 9 a.m.
So,
Get in here.
so
Let's do it.
we're canceling our joint charter revision board meeting on the 21st?
I'd rather do that.
I did not have that set.
Yeah, Mr. City Manager, can we just schedule this for the conference meeting, just nothing else for that day? Are there any other things that have
On the
to,
21st?
on the 21st?
For conference?
For conference.
We can do that. We can do that.
So why don't we just use the conference time for our city commission workshop? Does that make sense to you all?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that sounds good.
All right, why don't we just
Yes.
do that?
Okay,
All right,
let's do it.
On the 21st.
on the 21st. And then Mr. Kelleher? Mr. Kelleher?
He's coming.
If you can agree to work with our city manager to try to come up with a time that we can all meet, I guess we'll have to give dates to our city
Yeah, and
manager.
Mr. Mayor, if I just want to say one quick thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
I did meet with, spoke several times with Mayor Lamar Fisher. I spoke with Greg Stewart from the MPO, and he had spoken to me about a week ago. I don't want to speak on his behalf, and he had suggested that he be, the driving force for this. He's offered up his services to coordinate with us and for a joint. It's the exact same thing that you're asking, a joint meeting between us, the county, and the NPO. So if I'd like them to participate too, and if he wants to If you want me to help facilitate that, I will, whatever you need, okay?
Okay. Now, does the county commission have a meeting that same day?
November 21?
Yeah.
I do not believe they have a meeting on the 21st. I think they have a meeting on the 14th and then the 28th.
Okay.
And the 28th, as Commissioner said, is that that's their swearing in of the new mayor.
So I'm just wondering if the 21st, if you can throw that out to them, maybe we can have a joint meeting then. If not, then the commission will meet on our own. We're not making any decisions. We're not voting or anything. It's just informational purposes.
Yes.
So if we can throw that out as an opportunity that we can meet jointly. If not, then our commission will just meet and then we'll pick another date. But I'm just putting it out there.
Again, I'll work with the city manager, and we'll throw the dates out there. I just can't commit for the commission and their staff.
You got 9 people to deal with.
Now, one thing I do want to point out is that the agreement with the White House group provided for 2 presentations. And so if you're doing one individually and then thinking of bringing them back again, it may require us to add more expense to the project. So,
I think though, being that the county doesn't meet on the 21st, that would be great if we could actually do the joint meeting on that day, and we give up our entire conference meeting for that, and White House could do the presentation, being that we were partners and paying for that.
I understand. That's why
That's a nice day.
That's why I suggested it.
It's a great suggestion.
Okay. So let's see if we can have.
And could you, MPO would be a partner with that?
Yes.
Invite them too.
Of course.
Obviously.
Mr. Koleka, you still here?
You
think you can come on the 21st?
He just gave a thumbs up.
Okay.
I think he's come.
You sure that was a thumb?
I certainly hope so. It's a long distance, but I think so.
Good afternoon. Brian Koleka, Broward MPO. Yes, we can accommodate you 100%.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Is a representative from the White House group, can they affirm that they can be here on the 21st?
Yeah, Mayor Todd Brower's here to represent White House Group. Okay. So are the sub-consultants, so I've asked him to come down and participate in this.
At the 21st?
Well, I think he's going to come down and speak to
now?
Yep.
Oh, okay. They prepared to do that?
I don't think they're prepared for a full presentation, but I think they want to address some things and just clarify for the 21st what the expectations are.
Okay. Do we want to do that? Is this going to count as one of our 2 presentations? I don't know if we want to.
I was about to ask that.
Hey, I'm just trying to be economical here.
And just to be clear, I still got the 21st is not a set date for the county commission. So I just
we understand.
Sure. We know. Just want to make sure. I like working.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes. Excellent. Well, yes, and I'm always ready to give a presentation if you're ready. And I want to start with, though, thanking the Commission for allowing us the opportunity to work with you. We are headquartered in Fort Lauderdale. We are a county business enterprise, so we are a certified CBE. 80% of our staff represent diverse communities within our communities themselves. So we couldn't be more excited to have been chosen to do this effort, the joint effort that was done with the county. Now, that being said, too, I want to make sure that you have every available opportunity, because when we took on this effort, we wanted to make sure that it was to inform decision-making. This product was for you. All of the products were for you. And as such, we brought our team of tunnel experts. So, correct, White House Group, we are a transportation planning consultant management firm, but Jacobs Engineering, because we teamed with them on this process, they are tunnel experts. They have over 900 individuals that are within their tunnel and underground engineering, and we brought 4 of them with us today. And I'm going to have Brandy introduce each one of them, because I think you'll find them very intriguing. So I have really good news for you.
I just want to point out to the Commission that the other consultants are not here today. So we're just hearing from one.
Take what I can get.
All right. Well, I'm just hoping that it's the type of exchange that we were hoping for between the consultants, and we're not giving the others the opportunity to hear what White House has to say versus, I'm just saying we're not going to have that.
Well, I think we'll have them back, though, at the next meeting and have everybody else there, too. So as long as they're here, I'd like to hear what they have to say.
I understand.
But I do, to your point, Mayor, I want to bring everybody back and have a robust discussion with everybody in the room at the same time. But as long as they're here, I'd like to hear what they have to say.
Okay. All right.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Brandy Creed. I am Regional Solutions Market Leader for the Southeast for Jacobs in Transit and Rail. My role for this task was as the local liaison to work with our tunnel experts and the White House group, as I am here in Fort Lauderdale. With me, I also have Mr. Nick Chen, who is Jacobs' Vice President and U.S. Chief Tunnel Engineer. He's also the engineer of record for the Port of Miami Tunnel. I have also Guido Castro Giovanni, who is a tunnel and ground engineer regional manager for Jacobs. He has 28 years of experience in design, and he has experience not just in the U.S., but also in Italy and Denmark. And I also have Ben Camp, who was the lead cost estimator, and he's the cost estimator manager for U.S. in Jacobs. Nick.
All right. Thank you, mayors and the commissioners. So I appreciate that you give me about 5 minutes just to try to talk about a story. 2 minutes.
Give the highlights.
Yeah, okay. Really, I think here, we all hit the right points. Okay, we compare apple to apple, but not really true. We are not compare apple to apple. So I think that's the first thing I want to say. Dr. Mooney, I know him personally. The basis of his estimate is talk about the Port Miami Tunnel. I spent 7 years of my life for the tunnel. I'm the engineer record for the Port Miami Tunnel. So he quoted about $350 million for the construction, which is not really correct. I just try to say that if you go to the internet, you Google it, the cost is $1.1 billion. Okay, so what is the difference here? A lot of costs.
What's 1.1 billion?
Yeah, 1.1 billion.
What is that?
For the construction overall program cost for the Port Miami Tunnel.
For this project?
No, for the Port Miami Tunnel.
Oh, yeah, it was 1.1 billion. Yeah.
It's one comparison is.
It was originally priced out at what though? 3?
Yeah, no,
it was originally priced out at 3, and it came in at 1.1.
No, the original price, is higher than 1.1.
Yeah.
Okay, but I want to tell the story is the design and construction cost. The design build is about 660 million. Design build. So think about why the difference between 1.1 and $660 million. What is the difference here, right? So doing all the underground industry, I mean, you categorize 55% is really just for the construction. There will be 35%. And 10% added up as a program cost, the soft cost, right? So when we compare the construction cost or we compare the program cost, I think we need to be pretty make sure that we compare apple to apple. And then, of course, the length, the depth. So I make a comparison. Say, for example, the Port Miami Tunnel is 1.1 billion in 2013. Now you escalate to 2023, that would be around 2 billion. Okay, now you escalate to 2029, that would be around 2.5 billion. And just simply divide the length of the tunnel 1.5 miles, so the cost per linear mile for the Port Miami Tunnel in 2029 will cost about 1.68 billion. Okay, now thinking about the proposal we propose, I think the total cost is about
Wait. So you're saying for 1.5 miles would be about 1.5 billion?
No, per mile would be 1.68 million per mile.
1.68 billion per mile?
Per mile.
Okay.
And then you divide it by this tunnel, I would say a New River tunnel, right? So it's about 1.78 mile. The cost is about $3 billion. $3 billion. So you divide it by $3 billion by 1.67, so you come out almost 1.68 billion per mile.
Does that include your contingency?
That's including the contingency. So
the 40% contingency.
Yeah, the 40% contingency. Actually, the 40% contingency actually is 30% in the so-called allocated contingency and 10% unallocated contingency. but this is follow the AACE guideline at almost the planning stage, right? Your estimate could be off by higher 50%, lower by 30%. So that is within the range. So that's what I'm trying to say is when we compare the apple to help in the future program here, we need to be very carefully when we compare, is a program cost or it's just the construction cost, right? So the program cost actually is a huge percentage.
So maybe you should talk with the other consultants and get back to us. Put your heads together.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
We're not engineers.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what I'm trying to say.
This mayor's never built a tunnel except, maybe in my backyard when I was 4 years old and I played with trucks. So the point is that, we need some credible, consistent advice. And if you all know each other, obviously, and if you could get back to us with a collective response that even if it's a range, even if you just disagree on a range, if you can, that's going to help us a lot. We paid you a lot of money. I think we are entitled to results that are going to benefit this community, and I think it can be done. It can be done, right?
Yeah, I like to do the tunnel, but I think really we had those dispute, but I think moving forward, everyone should be thinking about the same thing in order to come to a conclusion.
All right.
And we are here to help you.
So if you could prepare, work with the other consultants. Like I said, I know you all know each other, and I know you're colleagues in the profession, and you respect one another. And if by the 21st of this month, we can hear a response from the group, I think it would really take us light years ahead in this process in trying to move forward with the county, because the county is looking for the same thing too. The county, when I heard about some of the things that were said to the county, I could see why they were confused as well, because there are ranges that are very difficult to cope with. We're not in your field. We depend on you. And I think that being able to come up with a more solid and credible, range of options, I think is going to be helpful to us. You think we can handle that?
Yeah, and actually, Ben's going to be here to talk about that because we actually did follow, just like Nick had mentioned, we're following all the guidelines relative to engineering standards. So, Ben, can you give just a very quick update about what you did?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor. Good afternoon, everyone. So I represent the cost estimating side, the capital costs. And everything I've heard this afternoon is very typical for what we see in Seattle, Toronto, San Francisco, Los Angeles. We have a lot of different alternatives. We have several opinions. And advancing those opinions for more confidence and refining those costs is really what the next steps are. And the cost estimate that we developed uses resources within the estimate. Bottom-up estimate is what we call it. It uses local Fort Lauderdale labor for Davis-Bacon labor, equipment, and resources for concrete and rebar. And all of those things go into the estimate and build up with productions what a contractor will use to build the costs.
Okay, well, that makes sense. So in the final analysis, though, when people say, oh, we can't have a tunnel, we can, we cannot, we have to always understand that we already have a tunnel in Fort Lauderdale. And it's been here for almost 60 years. And so it's a very viable project, correct? To build tunnels in Fort Lauderdale?
Yeah, I mean, I'll let and if I can, though, yes. And in fact, this is what's very important about this study that we've done for you. Again, this was a joint study with the county. And the intent was just to give you the information. In no way, when we met with your city manager, went through what the scope was, you and I even met together and went over the scope. That was one of the things I really emphasized was this is what the scope doesn't include. And it doesn't include a recommendation. By no means is it a recommendation for a bridge or a tunnel. And it's simply just this is the information relative to where it's at in the planning process, following all of the engineering requirements. I do want to point out, too, though, that I also brought Quandel Consultants. They're our bridge engineer. They're out of Chicago. They're also here. So we wanted to make sure that we got you the most unbiased approach to this as we could, but also with the abilities to do it, that they were, without a doubt, the national experts on tunneling.
Okay. Anyone have any questions of these gentlemen?
A couple, if I can.
Okay, go ahead.
First question, just a couple of quick things. And By the way, thank you very much for coming here. It's nice to know a local group over here. First of all, could you explain something called the RAISE grants? Go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. So you've got several different opportunities that you have. So there are 6 total technical memoranda. So again, I encourage you to read all of them. Each one of them start with who produced it. So that's what's very important, because you'll notice that everything that we did, we branded it as the City of Fort Lauderdale and Broward County because it was a joint study. Number 5, technical memorandum number 5, gives you a list of all of the possible grant options that you have available to you. Hold on, I got to get my glasses here.
Take your time.
Thank you. All right. Well, and I appreciate you guys giving us an opportunity, and as well. Thank you. So, within page 6, you have a list of all of the grants that are available. That is also within the final report itself. But something that's also very interesting that gets pointed out a lot is helping to understand these grant programs, because there is a lot of federal money out there, without a doubt. But like even the mega grant. Last year, they did about $1.2 billion nationally. There were 126 eligible applications, 106 that were ineligible. So of those 126 applications that the MEGA program received, 16 were considered highly recommended. Of those, only 9 received an award. The highest award was $292.2 million for Amtrak. The smallest award was 30. So you're only coming to about 20% of the overall cost that you'd have. They're very competitive. Now, the good news is that you are going through this process. The more you plan, the more that you're prepared for it, the more that you'll be able to go and get those. The BCA becomes very important, and without a doubt, read those regulations, read the criteria, because they don't allow you to do double counting. So with economic development, the federal guidelines specifically state that a BCA is very different than an economic development analysis. And they put that page, I believe it's page 34 of the regulations themselves. So they'll lay everything out for you relative to that. But that becomes very important because they'll also ask you to define who has the legal authority and, as we mentioned, who owns the project. So you may actually run into some challenges doing an application because you're not the owner of the asset. So you would have to get that letter from FECI to do the application together. You'd also have a strong fiscal plan that you'd have to do. And when I was looking at RAISE grants, let's see, I've got some statistics on that. Oh, get that. That's the RAISE one. Sorry. Here we go. So last year, fiscal year 2023, it was $2.6 billion. The highest award was $25 million. The selection rate, so an award possibility, was about 15%. With the INFR grant, which you're also eligible for, the total funding was $3 billion. The highest award was $150 million. Selection rate was 8%. So you have a less than 1 in 10 chance of getting that grant. So that's going to be one of the big obstacles of doing anything relative to the new river crossing, whether it's a tunnel or a bridge. It's going to be a challenge because it's very competitive. Yes, there's a lot of money out there, but that's nationally. And if you look at the highest award for each one, they don't even cover 20% of the overall project if it's a tunnel.
So that being said, I think everybody here is committed to trying to make the tunnel work. I mean, that's clear. But what is your feeling of the likelihood of getting some of these grants, your gut?
Well, and my gut is I look at the data, right? And I'm looking at it's a 10% chance across the board. So how lucky do I feel being in a group of 100 people and you're going to pick 8, 9, or 10? That's not a lot. Now, that's not to say, though, that you don't have a wonderful congressional delegation and you have a mayor that's really out there advocating for it. So that does help. It does become a political decision. But you also have to be aware of what all the requirements are. That becomes one of the biggest challenges. And in our memo, we lay all of those criteria out. So that way you can see this is what you have to meet to get there. But you're going to need to be highly recommended. You're going to have a BCA of better than 1.5. That's still hard to do, particularly as the dollars go up. So even if you do reduce the dollars on the tunnel, it's still going to be a lot of money per benefit that you're going to get. Because again, they don't allow you to double count. Transfer payments do not count related to it. So even if you say, oh, it helps our tax base, it helps development, that's not included in the BCA. And on page 34 of the regulations, it clearly states that it is a very different analysis.
These are a couple more easy questions. There's two more. Number one, did you get input from the stakeholders, community? Yeah.
Well, we did. So the stakeholders, so within our scope, we had two people that we were to interview. We did interview FDOT because we had some questions about their design, because ultimately what our job was to review the 4 alternatives that FDOT had prepared after the 2019 feasibility analysis, which had many community workshops. So each one of those 4 alternatives was developed with community support as part of that process. What we were asked to do within our scope of services that was approved by this commission, as well as the Commission of Broward County, was to interview Brightline and to interview FECR, which we did. It is also important the way that we managed this project was it was a team effort. So Ben Rogers and Vince Ruddy, our co-project managers from the city and the county, were at every meeting together. Every meeting was documented and provided back to the people that we interviewed at Brightline and FECR and FDOT to ask them, did we hear you correctly? So when you look at that report and you're seeing those perspectives, that was vetted going by them with your staff right there with us.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, does that kind of wrap things up for you?
Yeah, at least it gives you a preview, hopefully, of what you could be prepared for.
All right. And we've given you your homework, too, between now and then.
Oh, I'm ready now, though, if you want to keep going.
No.
Oh.
When I said homework, I mean
yeah, the 21st.
Discussing with the other consultants and seeing if we can come up with some kind of collegial conclusion on the best path forward based on the expectations that we would have to understand with regard to the building of a tunnel.
Yeah, and I can't speak related to them. I know the MPO is definitely more than happy to help collaborate.
Okay, very good. Can we? I think that kind of concludes everything.
Well, I'd like to. It's my district. I'd just have to wrap up if I can.
Is it your district? I guess it is.
It says D4. I'm just going by what's over there.
It's also anyway. Go ahead.
Okay, I'd like to have a. Steve asked a question at the beginning, and I think that he deserves an answer to that. And I want to reiterate what Russ Clinton said, and Mayor, same thing. I think that we're all deeply committed to commuter rail. I think with one exception, most of us realize the dramatic impact commuter rail is going to have on our community, not just in Fort Lauderdale, but the Tri-County area. And I think we're all, in essence, committed to trying to make a tunnel work because of all the things that were talked about with marine and street level traffic. I just want to, I had something I prepared. I just want to go through this real briefly. I put my thoughts together before we came up here. If I could just read this. As a district commissioner, I've reviewed thoroughly the many studies on how to cross the New River, as well as associated costs in building and maintaining the crossing. Conversations began in 2004, and in 2010, the Sun Sentinel did an article covering the topic. It included predictions of the cost of various types of bridges and a tunnel. 13 years later, the most notable change in the conversation was the price of completing the project. To do it in 2010 would have cost between $66 million for a bridge 45 feet and $530 million for a tunnel. Today, we're looking at over $500 million for a mid-level bridge and $3 billion for a tunnel. Just in the past 4 years, there have been numerous studies, of which we've alluded to today. In recent correspondence, the Marine Industry Association of South Florida wrote, from the information the industry acknowledged, it was concluded that an ideal bridge would be 40 feet high and necessitate no more than several openings per day. At some point, a decision has to be made. Construction of this project will take 7-10 years, somewhere in that range, and we all know what that really means. If we're going to get anything done before the end of the century, we need to start working together. And I have a motion that I want to put forth. Again, Steve was saying, what do we want to get out of this? I think it might be reasonable in tonight to have a walk-on just to reiterate how we feel as a community, and I have it proposed. I'll read it to you, and if it seems to be in line with what all agree, this is how I feel, in light of one of the letters to the editor that one of my constituents has written in light of that.
Keep in mind, Commissioner, we're not voting on anything tonight.
I know, but we
Okay.
could at least, this is something that we could decide if we want to go ahead and give a message to the community. The City of Fort Lauderdale supports regional efforts to provide quality commuter service rail service. Key to this effort is the new river crossing in Fort Lauderdale. Since at least 2010, 4 options have been repeatedly studied: crossing the river, low-level drawbridge, mid-level drawbridge, high-level fixed bridge, and a tunnel. While the studies have been consistent in documenting that the cost of a tunnel greatly exceeds the cost of the bridge, Fort Lauderdale has repeatedly stated our preference was for the tunnel option. The city continues to prefer a tunnel option, recognizing that during the years of conducting so many studies, the price of the bridges and tunnels have all increased dramatically. We understand that funding may not be available for a tunnel. In the interest of achieving our goals of a commuter rail, if we state that a second choice, if the tunnel is absolutely not feasible, a drawbridge is not excluded, and a mid-level bridge. And we wish to reiterate our desire to work with the county and neighborhoods and cities to provide quality transportation to the community. I think that sort of summarizes what we said. Maybe we could put it forward in a resolution tonight.
I don't think it summarizes what we said. Sorry.
Yeah, it doesn't at all. This was written before we had any of the testimony today, and so whoever wrote this, it's, to me, it belies the fact that the tunnel option is still very viable, and listening to Todd talk about funding opportunities. In addition to the things he said, there are other paths to funding that are that we can follow based on conversations that I've had directly with U.S. Department of Transportation. So I don't think this reflects really where we are today. So I would not be in favor of any kind. I just told you we're not voting on anything. So
I know, but I think.
So why do you want us to vote?
Well, that's fair. I mean, but my opinion is, I think that, well, I strongly prefer a tunnel.
And let's just leave it at that right now. We have a November 21st meeting. Let's just wait, Commissioner. Wait until we have that meeting. Let's not jump the gun. This has been, look, even your own statement, this has been in the process for years. We can only do this once, and we got to do it right. And it's going to be transformational, as everyone has said today. So I think we can wait another 2 weeks to hear more from the consultants.
Okay.
All right. If there's nothing further, I'd like to move on to the next item. Mr. City Manager, did you want to say anything?
No, we will gather and assemble everyone for November 21st.
Okay.
Mayor, I just want to go back to my original question because I still have some of those concerns. But what are our deadlines in terms of grants that we know that are there or that we're
going to hear
told
that
about?
We're going to hear that November 21st.
But we have time.
Yes,
so
we have time.
To wait
Yes.
till November 21
Yes.
to hear about all that.
Yes.
The notice of funding opportunities is going to come up later. It hasn't. They haven't published that yet.
Okay.
And there's a variety of those.
Right. And I think we could probably ask the city manager to request our Washington lobbyist who has been consulting with us on this on transportation initiatives, who happens to live in Fort Lauderdale, to be able to attend that meeting. Perhaps we can do that.
Oh, that'd be great. Again, just to reiterate, it is going to be so important when we go for these federal monies to show the federal government that the city and the county are on the same page. We've got to get there on November 20th. We just have got to get there.
I agree. Okay, let us move forward. We're running out of time. We can keep talking, but I appreciate your thoughts. That you're correct, but we need to move on. Now, we're not going to have enough time to do the entire agenda. I just spoke with the city manager. We would like to do business 3 and business 4. We're probably not going to get to business 5 or business 6. If we have time at the end of tonight's meeting, if you want to address those, we could do that. But for the purposes of this afternoon's conference meeting, we're going to talk about business 3 right now and then business 4. All right? Okay. So business 3, Fortify Lauderdale presentation. Mr. Dodd.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. As we're pulling up the presentation, there's 2 parts to this presentation. I will be doing the first part. After that, I'll be followed by Mr. Robert Taylor, who is from Hazen and Sawyer, who has helped us with as our representative, our consultant on the Stormwater Master Plan, and he'll talk about more technical aspects of the program. So as we start looking at our stormwater program, there's really two parts to it as we're looking at what we're trying to achieve dealing with climate resilience. The first part is assessing how the climate is changing and how it is impacting our neighborhoods and our residents. And the next part is then identifying steps to take to mitigate those impacts. And really in climate resilience, we're talking about impacts from sea level rise. We're talking about more intense heavy rainfall events. And finally, temperature changes and dealing with hot days that impact our residents. So really where we started this was the April 12th flooding event that everyone is very familiar with, but at this point. But this was an extremely heavy rainfall event, but it's not the only heavy rainfall event that we did have over the course of this summer. And we did have 26 inches of rain, which was extraordinary, but these type of rainfall events are becoming much more frequent and impacting our residents much more than they did 10 or 20 years ago. And this caused us to relook how we are doing stormwater management in general and how are we building more resilient neighborhoods. So as we looked at the impacts of that flooding event, on the slide there's 13 neighborhoods that were impacted, and the ones in red were the ones that were most significantly impacted during that event. But we had 13 with very major impacts, and almost every neighborhood in the city was impacted to some level. As we looked at where the infrastructure did not meet the needs during that event, what we realized is that the heavier impacted neighborhoods either had little or no infrastructure, or the infrastructure they did have was under-designed and it needs to be built to a higher level of performance. So this is not something that we're starting from scratch. We have been working on our stormwater program for several years now. In 2017, we started the design on 7 neighborhoods. About 2 years later, we added in Melrose Manors, Riverland Civic as the 8th neighborhood as part of Tranche 1. And these neighborhoods were picked based on modeling that identified them as the most vulnerable areas in the city. And a lot of these do align with where we had those very heavy impacts during the April flooding event. And on the slide, we have just the status of where they are as far as construction. As you can see, the first 2, Edgewood and River Oaks, are in construction now, with the remainder planned to be built out over the next 2 to 3 years, going into construction. So as we look at how do we take that, and again, that first tranche we started in 2017, by the time we get them all through construction, it will be close to 10 years. So as we're looking at, if now we have a lot of neighborhoods that are being impacted, how do we speed up the process to get improvements in place? And so we said the goal was to improve resilience in neighborhoods that have been most impacted, that are most vulnerable to climate change. And the way that we need to do that is through public investments, starting with the vulnerability assessment that we are already working on to identify areas that are most at risk.
Is that 17 in addition to the 8?
Yes, Mayor.
Okay, just want to clarify that.
Yes. Yes. So the first part is relooking and doing an assessment of our vulnerabilities to make sure that we're addressing the areas that are most at risk. One of the ones that we've already had discussions with a few times is very low-lying areas impacted by sea level rise and king tides, and coming up with policy level recommendations to deal with those lower areas, road raising or other means to counter sea level rise. The big part of this program is the first tranche was $200 million in improvements in 7 neighborhoods, 8 neighborhoods. We want to do $500 million worth of improvements in 17 neighborhoods and have it completed within 10 years. So increasing the timeline that we're doing it, again, using modeling and analysis to impact the neighborhoods most at risk, 17 of them, and then to come to a higher level of standard of performance to protect those neighborhoods better. Okay, this is on top of Tranche 1. This would be the next series of neighborhoods that would be put into the program. To build resilient neighborhoods, it's not only investing in the stormwater infrastructure. We also have to invest in the seawalls, the roadways, bridges, which is general fund infrastructure, but they tie together. They work together as a system to protect our neighborhoods. I already said that we need to change our standards to take into account these differing weather patterns that are impacting us more and more. And as we're looking at how do we implement a program like this to do more and to do it faster, we need to look at the staffing and how we're prioritizing and funding this program. So I said $500 million of improvements. This is what we think is about the cost it will be. But we don't think it's going to cost the city $500 million. When we look at Tranche 1, we've already gotten $36 million in grants. And we think that by managing this program correctly, we should be able to go after and get at least $100 million in grants to offset some of those costs. And this slide is just highlighting some of the money that we have received in the past few years because of those efforts that we take to go aggressively after grants and other opportunities. So just doing improvements in the public right-of-way on the areas that we control does not make more resilient communities. We also have to improve the resilience of private homes, private buildings, and help people to understand where their risks are in their properties and what they can do to improve it. So what we'd like to do is, as part of this, develop a program that will help to educate our residents, to help them to find grant opportunities that they may be able to go after to offset some of those costs, to become more aware of what flood insurance will do to protect them, and all the ways that we can work together to improve our CRS score, which helps to reduce the cost of that flood insurance. But it starts with informing the public and helping them to make smart investments in their property, just like we're doing in our public infrastructure. So I talked a bit about resource implications for us and what's going to cost to put together a program like this. Right now, the stormwater program with the engineering has got a staff of 1 senior project manager and 4 project manager 2s. And right now they are managing a portfolio with more than 80 active projects. We can't put another $500 million on that team and expect them to deliver. So in our FY25 budget submissions, we'll be putting together decision packets and recommending that we create a second team consisting of 1 senior project manager and 4 more project manager 2s, along with a division manager to oversee the 2 teams. We're also going to propose that we take the operational program budget, which is right now we get about $1 million a year to do small projects, $30,000 to $50,000, and we double that amount. We have more than 3 years backlog of projects of this size that we can start working on right now, that we know we have problems. We just don't have the funding available right now. We need to increase funding for seawalls. And then as we're looking at the big CIP projects, we just passed a $200 million bond for the stormwater program in 23. And we have $200 million bond tranches programmed in FY 2028 and 2033. So working with finance to use short-term loans, WIFIA funding, to pull that funding earlier in the cycle to support that construction program that will be kicking off over the next 2 to 3 years and being concluded by 2034. We need to increase our operational capacity to provide better service for our residents. So again, as part of the 2025 budget cycle, we'll be putting in decision packets to increase the size of the operations teams, the folks who are out with the Vector trucks and the pumps. Right now we have 33 full-time employees, increasing that by 10. Giving them additional pump trucks, portable pumps, more equipment so they can do the job, an additional overtime budget to match with the additional personnel capacity that we'll have, continuing to work on the operations facility to give them a home to work out of. If we are going to move forward with the recommendation to build a program for helping people on the personal property side, we may need a position to manage that program. And that's something that we'll decide as we come back to you with recommendations for the program. One of the things that we don't have right now is funding to augment our Vector trucks and pumps during rainfall events. So we only have a few number of Vector trucks, and when we have an emergency, we have emergency contracts in place and we can go out and spend operational funds to augment. But during day-to-day operations, we don't have funding to provide for that. So we'd like to put $2 million a year into a fund that is tied to contracts so that when we need 3 or 4 additional Vector trucks, we can just activate those contracts and get that capacity to help out whatever issue that we're responding to. And the last thing is considering whether to put in seed money to help with a grant program for that private property program. And that is something that some other cities have done, is they will put out a certain amount of money and they would match what private residents would bring to the table to invest in their properties. So Tranche 1 was originally 7 neighborhoods. We changed it to 8 neighborhoods, started in 2017, and the last construction is scheduled to be completed somewhere around 2027, which is about a 10-year period in order to complete that $200 million in construction. And we are going to try and accelerate the timeline on all of those neighborhoods. In Tranche 2, it was scheduled to begin in 2025 in 7 neighborhoods. And now we are proposing to more than double that to 17 neighborhoods, start the initial modeling and conceptual planning for it tonight. So a lot of people are asking which neighborhoods would be part of the second tranche. And this slide shows a listing of the 17 neighborhoods that we are recommending be put into Tranche 2. These are all been identified based on modeling that we have, vulnerability assessments that we have done in the past, where we know that we have challenges with flooding, historic trends of phone calls and reports that we've had from residents and neighbors, and then experience that we've had monitoring our stormwater system, particularly during those heavy flooding or heavy rainfall events. So we think these are the next 17 most vulnerable neighborhoods that should be considered for this next tranche of the stormwater improvements. And as much as we would like to do every neighborhood in the city, just doing these 17 we think is a very large cost of around $500 million and a very aggressive amount to take on at one time for getting into design and construction. So at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Rob Taylor from Hazen & Sawyer, and he's going to talk through a little bit more about how we will approach the Tranche 2 and the general program that we'll be putting together.
Thanks, Alan, and good afternoon. As we do start to tackle the needs of the Tranche 2 neighborhoods, there are a bunch of key steps that are involved here. Starting out with the updating of the 2016-2017 model that we initially built for the city. We will use that model to help us come up with the conceptualized improvements that are needed in the 17 neighborhoods. We will use those conceptualized improvements and feed them into the updating and modification of a permit that we got for the Tranche 2 neighborhoods during the first phase of this program. That permit was issued by Broward County. We will use this first phase to initiate our public outreach and engagement plan. That's a plan that will take us all the way from the beginning of the planning phases all the way through design and construction. And then the last element of this will be the development of an overall program management plan that will act as kind of our guiding light through the next decade as we implement these 17 neighborhood improvements. One of the things that we want to make sure of as we go into the planning and modeling process here is that we are capturing all the pertinent advancements that have been made in resilience planning. It was 2016, 2017 when we first tackled this. It's prudent to update this to make sure that we are appropriately planning for the future conditions that these systems will have to serve. And I just want to go over a few of those. One of those is making sure that our model conditions and parameters are consistent with Florida Statute 380-093. That is the Resilient Florida Grant Program. We want to make sure that we are dealing with the incorporation of future extreme rainfall change factors, and I'll explain in a minute a little more about what that means. We want to make sure we incorporate Broward County's new future groundwater conditions data. And then the last of these is we want to make sure that we're appropriately considering regional water management operations and the impacts that they may have on the city's stormwater management system. So first, to talk about Florida Statute 380-093, which did not exist when we modeled this system back in 2016, 2017. It is the Resilient Florida Grant Program. It deals with the statewide flooding and sea level rise resilience plan. Adhering to the requirements of this statute will be very helpful to us in maximizing our opportunity to obtain grant funding. And Alan told you how important that can be, and here expect to maybe shave 20% off the total capital expenditure through that means. And so I want to call your attention really to the two bottom bullets in the bold print that's there. When we go in to do the modeling and the planning, we want to make sure that we use the 2017 NOAA intermediate low and intermediate high sea level rise projections in our modeling, and that we use the planning horizons of 2040 and 2070 as outlined in the statute. This is kind of what that looks like in graphical format. So I don't know how the colors come out up there, but it's the orange and the green curves that we want to hone in on. And then we've boxed out for you the 2040 and 2070 time horizons. For comparison purposes, when we did the modeling back in 2017, we used 2035 and 2060 as our time horizons. So a little change there that will have some impact on the results coming out of the model. And then I mentioned this idea of rainfall change factors. Alan mentioned the fact that we seem to experience more and more of these extreme rainfall events. Our intuition is right. The data would bear out that that is in fact the case. And so the South Florida Water Management District, in collaboration with USGS and FIU, put together a tool to come up with a rainfall change factor that would account for the effects that climate change is having on these extreme rainfall events. And so I just wanted to share a little example here of what that might look like as it feeds into our model. You hear us maybe when we're talking about stormwater and flooding, talking about 10-year events and 100-year events. So for this example, we're going to look at the 10-year rainfall event in Fort Lauderdale that is currently and has historically been about 8.5 inches of rainfall. The tool prepared through this collaboration for Fort Lauderdale would yield a change factor of 1.17, about 17% more rainfall. And so in the future, we should plan for the fact that what used to be an 8.5-inch rainfall will be a 10-inch rainfall. And this will all be captured in our update of the modeling and planning.
So that's 10 inches per episode?
That would be 10 inches in a 24-hour episode, correct.
Okay. And back to your previous slide.
Sure.
You're saying, or not you, but you're representing to us that that information given to you in the previous slide in terms of the amount of sea level rise that's anticipated, that it'll take until the year 2070 to get to about 3 feet above where we are today?
Yes.
So that's a more optimistic projection than what we've seen in the past. If I can call that optimism, but
what it really depends on, especially if you've followed the Southeast Regional Climate Change Compact curves, there are a series of curves there, and so what it really depends on is which of those curves that you've been planning based upon. I would say the curve that we used when we did the modeling back in 2017 is one that kind of splits the between the green and the orange curve that you see up there now. But that's a little over, about 3.3 feet of sea level rise
by 2070.
By 2070. Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No problem. And if anybody has questions as we go along, feel free.
Okay, stop right there.
Sure.
Okay, 8.5 versus 10. This is the maximum one event. It's not per month, per year. This is an event.
For a 24-hour period.
This is an event. So we're looking at a rainfall event statistically expected to recur once every 10 years. And so that event for the city of Fort Lauderdale would carry about 8.5 inches of rainfall in a 24-hour period. That's based upon historical data collected and analyzed, and those curves are used by the DOT, the South Florida Water Management District, and others.
So an intense rainfall event, that's once in a decade?
That's once in a decade.
Okay.
Yes. And so what we can expect is that intense rainfall once in a decade in the future, this era that we're planning for, 2040 to 2070, won't be 8.5 inches of rainfall. It would be more on the order of 10 inches of rainfall.
Okay.
Once we've updated that model, perform a level of service analysis using that, that'll kind of fuel and lead us forward with the conceptual improvements that would need to happen in each of the neighborhoods. We'll take that information. We will feed that in for the modification of that Broward County citywide permit that we have. And at this time, too, we will have enough information to start putting together some preliminary cost information about what we think these 17 neighborhoods worth of improvements will cost. And then we can start making some better decisions about funding options and how we might go about things. In addition to the capital improvements, we also want to be looking at city stormwater policies and guidelines. Want to sit down, talk about the city's level of service standards and targets for level of service. What should they be? And work through that process. We also want to
So what are you anticipating then? Are you anticipating that the stormwater projects should be able to accommodate the 10 inches in a 24-hour period, or are you looking to do less?
So protecting different assets are typically based upon different storm events. So we are usually trying to keep water out of structures in a 1 in 100-year storm event, usually trying to maintain some acceptable level of flooding on roadways in a 1 in 10-year event, 1 in 5-year event. One of the things that we've talked about, since we just noted in that last slide, that over time, that the definition in the way of inches of rainfall for a 1 in 10-year event may be changing. The city may want to consider saying, I don't want to talk about it in the realm of a 1 in 5-year event, a 1 in 10-year event. I may want to talk about it in the realm of a number of inches of rainfall that we'd like to plan these systems around, so that there's a fixed metric, if you will, across all improvements in the city, regardless of what era in which they were implemented. So something that we might want to consider as we talk about the appropriate level of service standards. And then we want to talk about development and redevelopment standards as well. One of the things that we want to get through all of this, and Alan talked about private property resilience, is making sure that the investments that are being made on the private side of things are meshing with the investments being made on the public side of things to yield the best possible outcome. Outreach and stakeholder engagement, going to be critical. We did a lot of meeting with folks during the Tranche 1 neighborhood We expect more of the same here, a lot of direct connection with the neighbors in these 17 neighborhoods, and that again would start at the outset of planning and run all the way through design and construction. And then we want to have a broader citywide conversation with folks relative to this idea of private property resilience, and again, how that can work together with what the city is doing at the government level. So talk just a minute about that. This private property resilience will start with kind of a research and review task, looking at coming up with guidance for how we would go about this private property resilience. We'll look at existing programs, what's working well, what's not working so well. We'll review the best practices when it comes to things like cost sharing and grant programs that can help facilitate this. And then we will come back to the city with a presentation of the key findings and best opportunities in this regard. Also, as a part of that, we want to make sure that we have an outreach and guidance development session. And this really will consist of 3 specific meetings with 3 very specific stakeholder groups. The first one of those being your home and business owners. We expect their perspective will be largely, how do we best protect our property and make it resilient, and how do we recover most effectively if we are impacted? The development community, we expect their voice to be around how do we incorporate resilience into our projects to make them more marketable and valuable. And then city staff, you have folks that are dealing with resilience issues in their day in and day out jobs. Want to make sure that we're hearing them and thinking about how we can incorporate their experiences into making this a better program. Ultimately coming out with guidance documents for residential and business properties, help them make their properties more resilient to impacts of flooding, help them recover better from impacts if they do realize them. And then the last point I wanted to make here was on that kind of cost sharing. We will evaluate the feasibility of and try to come up with a concept for how you might have a grant or cost share program to help incentivize private property owners to invest in resilience. This is going on in communities today. I think Miami Beach has one. I know we've been involved with one in a municipality up in Palm Beach County. And then the other thing, we want to make sure that we have a nice library of resilience resources that's available to all the neighbors throughout all of the neighborhoods of Fort Lauderdale. The last element of this was really the program management piece. This will, again, as I mentioned, be kind of the overarching guide for the overall plan implementation. We're going to have a number of projects over a number of years. We want to make sure that we maintain design and construction consistency throughout those projects. So we'll have a lot of standard details and specifications, guidelines that we want to carry through commonly on all of the projects. We'll develop and monitor a master program schedule and phasing approach, and then we will come back to you all routinely to give you updates on how that implementation progress is moving forward. And this kind of captures the timeline in one little graphic, the things that we've been talking about here today, the modeling, the conceptual planning, the program management planning, the public outreach, all of those things happening in that first 365 days. Immediately thereafter, we will move directly into the detailed design and construction of the 17 neighborhoods, with the expectation to complete the last of those before 2034. I mentioned, too, when we get to that conceptual design piece, that at that point we will try to, kind of come up with a more informed number relative to the cost of the overall program. Currently sits at approximately $500 million, but we'll try to hone in on something a little better by the time we have that. And that's what we have for you, and glad to take any questions you have.
All right, great. First of all, thank you so much, Alan, yourself, for such a comprehensive review of what the plans are going forward. I personally appreciate the aggressive position we're now taking to try to help our neighbors. April certainly was a wake-up call to how important it was to fast forward a lot of these projects. Anyone have any questions of these gentlemen? Vice Mayor?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Warren, I was quick draw. Sorry. Got you.
It's like Jeopardy.
Yes. First of all, again, thank you for this presentation. Echoing what the mayor said, is very informative and very in-depth. And I'm excited about the push to accelerate and move on a faster pace with this. And Alan and Greg, you know I bring this question up on many occasions, and I'm going to say it again. I want to include Northwest 30th Avenue and 17th Court with this opportunity.
What neighborhood is that in?
It really kind of falls maybe in Lake Air community.
Lake Air.
But it's this one particular block that is impacted, just terribly. So we're trying to have a conversation to get them where they are addressed sooner than later.
Put that on your radar,
Yes.
gentlemen.
Okay? So that is.
Yeah, we're working on that,
Yes.
Vice Mayor.
Yes. And I, we have talked about this, but I do want my neighbors to know that I am advocating for this. And I know we've had conversations, but for the open forum, this is the request that we're asking. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Sturman?
Alan, if you can. Colonel, it's always a pleasure having you up here. Thank you for your service. The first tranche was 200. The next is going to be 500. Is that going to be another 2, a 2, and a 1, or how do you envision that's going to be?
So the first tranche is 200 million.
That's the one that's already
more.
Right.
That's already
right
in work. So the next piece, originally we were planning on doing $200 million tranches every 5 years, 2023, 2028, 2033. We would still have the bonding on that cycle, but we would be using financing mechanisms to make the funding available earlier to support this much more aggressive program.
Are you thinking of 500 the next round, or not necessarily that?
Well, for tranche 2,
Correct.
based on very preliminary estimates using basically acreage for each of those neighborhoods, that's how we came up with the $500 million cost. We will get better numbers once we do the conceptual designs and the modeling and determine what an approximate cost would be for each of those neighborhoods.
Well, I thank you for spearheading this and getting this going faster. I really support you in that a great deal. Next, one more question. It's going to be an easy one for you, very easy. How many vacuum trucks do we have right now? You touched upon this earlier. Do we currently have?
Right now we have 4 Vector trucks. Yeah, right now we have 4 Vector trucks and 1 tanker truck. We had one that you approved for us to order, but we don't have possession of it yet.
And just so the public know, how often are they used?
Every day.
Okay. And how many more would we need, do you think?
So based on, again, 2 parts to that. The first thing is, as part of this, we want to increase the staffing with 10 FTEs and then get 2 more Vector trucks and some temporary pumps, portable pumps, to increase our in-house capacity. The second part is that $2 million that we want to have available in the operational budget to use contractor augmentation so that when we need more than 6 or 7 Vector trucks, we can call up a contractor and activate them, have them come and do it. Right now, we only do that through a declared emergency protocol. We want that to be able to augment us anytime we have very heavy rains that we need that extra capacity.
Colonel, thank you very much.
Any other questions of these gentlemen? There being none, we have Mary Furtick, who is asked to speak. Mary, are you still here? Oh. Okay.
Am I the only speaker?
On this item, yes.
That's so amazing, because this is probably one of the most important things that you've had on your agenda in so long. So I just want to say I'm fortunate to be in one of the original neighborhoods picked in the first 7 or 8 neighborhoods, how many you did. And, when you did that project, we were told it would be coming 2023, 2025. I think it looks now, looking through this PowerPoint, like it's probably going to be more 25, 27. But I just think it's great that you're moving these up because we know it's going to take longer and it's good to get it in process. After the April rainfall event, I was part of a group of volunteers who walked door to door in Edgewood, and I reflected around the conversation you had when you selected those original neighborhoods, and I just was thinking how wise you were to have picked the neighborhoods you picked to get started in, but I'm glad you're expanding to include the others. So I'm happy it's expanding. As I said in earlier when I spoke, in many of your meetings in recent months, you have discussed projects anticipated to cost tens of millions and hundreds of millions and sometimes even billions of dollars. And so today is one of those projects that I just feel like is so important for you to be allocating that money for. Just like, we always have this conversation about how many parking reductions are there, and does anybody keep track of them, and are they promising the same parking space to the same person over and over? Well, that's kind of how I'm wondering about dollars sometimes when I sit in the audience, if it's getting promised, to multiple people. But I just think maybe sometimes we just need to reflect on needs and priorities, and if you did that, I would say resiliency is definitely up there as one of your top priorities, I hope. So just one last question. After sitting in the audience today, I'm wondering, how much money do you receive in grants every year? Do you have a list of that? Can I make a public records request, or can somebody just get it? I'm just wondering what the grants are, what areas they're in, how much money it provides on an annual basis. Is that something?
Do we have that readily available?
We can prepare a report. Budget does the administration of grants receiving an allocation, and we could run a report and present that to you.
Yeah, it would just be interesting to know what different areas you do. But anyways, thank you for doing this. As you're doing it, I'm just going to mention that it's important to catch what didn't get caught when you did your first analysis. Unfortunately, Commissioner Glassman knows, because we bring this up constantly. We have 3 city seawalls in our neighborhood that aren't on anybody's plan. And I'm sure probably every neighborhood would come and tell you the same thing. So as you're doing these reviews, I hope you're constantly updating them to catch the things that might slip through the cracks. But again, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Are we doing Merle Fogg? Yeah. Okay. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on this item? There being none. Business 4, Mr. City Manager.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. So Business 4 is more discussion specifically about Northwest 30th Avenue and 17th Court for stormwater improvements, and Director Dodd will talk more about that.
Is that the area we're talking about? Okay, there we go. Okay, thank you again. So this was a specific request to talk about this project at 30th Ave and 17th Court. So this is a known area, and you can see from the picture, it's really the intersection, which is indicated on this slide, that has a history of challenges with ponding water and inundation. So the project was proposed in the 2021 budget, and is actually included in the 2025 budget to be funded. So what we are proposing, based on the analysis that has been done to create the project, is putting in basically exfiltration trench with additional catch basins to catch the water and allow it to drain into the ground. This is one area that exfiltration trench still does work effectively.
Is that a swale? Is exfiltration, is that a swale?
It's a swale, and then you have the pipes in the ground where it goes into a slotted pipe, so it helps it to create capacity in the ground for the water to drain in, and then it seeps into the ground naturally.
Like a French drain? Okay.
It's a large French drain,
right.
Yes.
Okay.
So we did look at how we could drain the water out. Exfiltration looks like the best way to do that. So the project is right now in our budget for 2025 with a little over $380,000 planned in the budget. And you can see the breakdown for project management, design costs, and then construction. So on the current schedule, we would get the money in October of 2024, go right into planning and design on it. We would bid it out in July to October of 2025, and then it would be completed by June of 2026. And that's the current schedule. Of course, we will be doing everything we can to try and accelerate that timeline. But based on the dollars that are involved, we do have to go out for design and we have to go through solicitation, award a contract, et cetera, which does take a little bit longer. And that is basically an overview of that project.
Okay. Anyone have any questions?
No, so if you go back one, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, I wanted to share. So that's the timeline right now. You see where it says design January. That's what we're going to try to see where we can fast track and cut down. It's just that those are the established timelines as what we feel are realistic of getting this done. We're going to see what we can fast pace and accelerate. One of our biggest hurdles is being compliant with procurement and the procurement guidelines that we have. So maybe one of the discussions we'll have in the future as we get into projects that are greater in magnitude and complexity, maybe you all consider new thresholds for certain projects, and we're certainly going to propose those as we can perhaps accelerate the rate of delivery if we can find ways to procure quicker, because that does take time.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Don. Okay, so Greg, can we put Business 5 and Business 6 on? We'll put it later tonight if we have the time. Otherwise, can we allow it to happen at our next meeting?
Sure.
Okay. Does anyone have any questions with regard to any items on the conference meeting? Otherwise, we can adjourn this meeting and have our break and then come back at 6. Is that okay? Work with everybody? Okay.
Mr. Mayor, are we going to come back for the CRA also?
We'll come back for the CRA also.
And also commission reports in the conference?
Yeah.
Okay.
So we're adjourning? Or?
We're concluding the meeting for now. And
so we're just recessing the conference?
We're recessing the conference. And if we have time to do Business 5 and Business 6, we'll do it at the end of tonight's meeting as well as the CRA meeting. Because the CRA meeting is going to take some time.
It is?
Yeah.
Okay. What do we mean, 6 o'clock?